thing.
We are nutting.
Wow, holy shit.
Bob nutting.
Wow, this is crazy, man. We're out here. We really out here doing it big.
Hey, good evening to you.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome to Just the Nuts. This is a Major League Baseball stream, not affiliated with Major League Baseball. We just watch Major League Baseball games and then we talk about it. You know, it's something that I'm very passionate about. I know it's something that Jay is very passionate about. The Mick Man, who will be joining us after Mixtape, it has concluded, very passionate about the program. And yeah, it's it's become quite a fun thing that we do here. And I think that there's going to be more planning that goes into it moving forward, because the model that I like to follow is the surprise guests. I like when we have surprise guests.
I've heard something about this as well.
Yeah, I'm a big surprise guest guy. So, I mean, shit, who knows? Maybe I'll text somebody tonight. I don't give a fuck. You think I'm scared to do that? Chat saying that I'm scared to do that?
I don't think I saw anybody in the chat say that. I did absolutely hear people on my street say that, though.
Are
like
they
this evening? Just kind of
like
walking
the same
around.
street or like a connecting street?
No, my very street.
The same street that you live on. People are saying that?
Indeed, yes.
Where are they getting this idea from that I won't have guests on Just the Nuts?
I'm not sure because A, I didn't say it, and
No,
B,
I know you wouldn't.
No, and they weren't on our call today earlier where we discussed, this idea of getting guests. So not like that's the first time we've discussed that idea, but yeah, no, it would be a great way to silence some of the mouthier people on my street, some of the more uppity fools,
plentiful.
That's a deep drive. That's what we call that. Chase DeLauder long ball.
Oh, wow.
Guardians knotted up. Top three.
Damn. All right. Let me tweet this out. I want people to nut with us.
Yes, please.
I don't want this to be like an exclusive nut.
No. Although, speaking of exclusivity, those of us who are on the BID Patreon got a little early taste of some notes, stats, and trends that'll be happening on the Just the Nuts stream tonight with some probables and pitchers. So, if you haven't already been motivated to join the BID Patreon, Tuesday Just the Nuts notes, stats, and trends, a new thing that we're trying out. So be sure to check that out. Join, click, and subscribe. Yeah, I knew you would.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
You are Jake Tagoon. You're going to be in CT next week, going to Madison. Would love a food recommendation if you are nice enough to deliver that. How far are you willing to travel? I'll wait for your response. Jay, hey, do you have every game up? I don't think I have. Well, let's see. That's an easy question to answer. I have to pay for both access to the Yankees and the Red Sox, so that's fun. So truth be told, I only have the Red Sox up right now. I don't have Yankees Mariners. I have every other game that's going on up because I am only working off of one TV and I'm not logged into Yes on my laptop. So the Red Sox are on the telly and all the other games are on my various computer screens here. Right now, I would say I have priority lineup to the Pirates. Speaking of that game, Estrella Ruiz home run. You don't see that very often. Paul Skeens fucking blows, huh? If you
I don't like the rumors that he's fat now because it takes away from the narrative that I'm trying to push that Garrett Cole is fat. Like I can't have two fat guys being at the forefront here.
Yeah, I know John Parado is a longtime Pirates writer, so I'm not calling him a liar or saying he's wrong. That explanation is not sufficient for me. Okay. Yeah, as to why he's struggling. Ruiz taking Paul Skeens deep is a nice, encapsulation of how fucking dumpy this season is for him and the Pirates. Pirates, Marlins, Guardians, Tigers, and Cubs, Nats are my premier games right now, other than Red Sox. Although to me, that's really just as much the Dylan Cease game. No offense to the Sox, of course, who are very relevant and important.
I can't believe that Vladdy has not hit a home run at home this year.
Stupid. Petriello, that was what a great stat tweet he had there. I was a little jealous of him, being honest. Because he jumped it. He's like, there's only 25 games left to go. He was smart about it. Because that is a wonderful nugget.
Oh. I was like, why the fuck isn't my password working? It's because my caps lock was on. That's why it wasn't working. Caps lock. That's embarrassing. You see Michael K said he likes me?
Yes, I saw the clip because you quote tweeted it, but then I watched but then I watched the whole clip. And I did say he's usually pretty decent about I know he says in the clip, he said what he said and it's all good to have fun with it or whatever. I feel like he's usually pretty good about that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of his for a long time.
You have said that before. I tend towards that opinion as well.
Yeah, back before it was cool, I was a Michael K guy.
Is it cool now to be a Michael K guy?
I think it's trending that way.
Okay, because he's old and an institution now.
I think it's because he's now what's the word I'm looking for? He's in the internet world. Like, he's not in it, but he's aware of it. So I think the people that exist only in the internet world as like baseball content creators, they're like, all right, like Michael K acknowledges that we exist, so that's cool. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Oh yeah, no. Michael K said, I'm not downplaying it at all. If that was how it was coming across, I think it's very cool. If he said my name, I'd be like, well, it's very, very sick. The thing that has always fascinated me about Michael K, and he's not the only one, but he is like very much in my face because of where I've lived. It is like the unbelievable dedication to talking all the time that these guys have at this age.
It would be like if Michael Felger also called the 160 Red Sox game. Jacob Young just hit a home.
Yeah, off a Managa. Jacob Young has been unconscious of late. Let me pull it up, in fact, because I do have it, as they say, right here.
Yeah, pull that shit up.
Jacob Young entering today. Would you believe? Wouldn't you agree? He had a 630 OPS through the end of June. Entering tonight, he was hitting 328, 451, 500. It's a 951 OPS with 13 walks and only 8 strikeouts over his last 23 games since the beginning of July. Does not factor in that he obviously just took Imanaga yard. So we're approaching a 1,000 OPS over a 24 and roughly 90 plate appearance sample since the beginning of July. Pretty sick for a guy nobody mentions ever, including myself.
I heard a nasty rumor that it's 76 degrees in Toronto today.
Mm-hmm. What is this inside joke again?
76 degrees?
Yeah. What is this about?
It's just, it's, in my opinion, it's the best temperature.
Okay.
That's it. It's as simple as I like it.
Yeah.
So when it's 76 degrees, I get excited. And I feel like the Red Sox, when it is 76 degrees outside, they don't really lose, you know?
Huh. Perfect temperature.
You disagree?
No. I mean, it's hard to argue with 76, certainly. I think you've hit a nice little wheelhouse there. I wonder how much this answer depends on what season you're in, right? So
the fall 76 is great.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
And the winter can be a little muggy.
Right. So like, or yeah, I don't know. I don't really have an answer here, but I'm just kind of going with it. 76 is probably, if not the exact correct answer, then close enough to not be worth arguing about, certainly. Do you think you're a New England guy for life? Or are you going to be somebody who moves to milder climes as you get older, kind of get softer as you get older? You're not, no.
I want them when I die, I want them to have to excavate me from a snowbank. Like they're gonna be like, yeah, he died in October, but nobody found him. So once the snow melted in July, we found him. Rest in peace.
Yeah, I can't say I would never move, or I will forever live in this climate, but I've spent all but 8 months of my life living in versions of this type of climate, and I just can't see a year-round same experience sort of thing going on.
No.
sleeping in 76 is a different ball game if that's what we're talking about.
Oh, that would be a nightmare. That would be the worst thing that ever happened.
Well, see, I agree that's a bit warm. I did not have, I mean, I'm not, this is not a sob story, but my first apartment out in Connecticut when I moved out here had no AC. And there were nights where it was like 95 in outside and basically 95 in the apartment. And something inside of me broke at that point. And so those warm household temperatures, during the summer, I'll set my thermostat at, 76, 77, 78 during the day.
Mm-hmm. I'm a 68 sleeper.
68. That's chilly. That's chilly.
It's like, I can't, because once you start sweating in your sleep, it's really hard to undo the discomfort.
Well, there's no question. I do. 68, I bet I would be more at risk of sweating underneath my blankets because I would be so, like chilly, but then hot, because I piled so many blankets on me at 68.
JA is saying 68 with a nice blanket. That's where I'm at. Is like, I obviously I'm not 65. Raw dogging 68. Like you've got 65 is a death wish. Yeah. 65. You've got a fever. Yeah.
65. Listen, I don't know Sean's life specifically. 65 in this economy strikes me as somebody who is not paying his own AC bills.
Right.
Because that would cost me so much fucking money to keep my house at 65.
62 bad shit. Yeah.
Hey, we were all this age at one point. Are you living with your parents currently? Because that's the only way that makes sense to me.
It's not even like, can you afford it? It's just a matter of
well, 62 is crazy for sure.
Yeah, that's not even close to being comfortable. Like, I don't even think fat guys are sleeping at 62.
No, I'm with you. 62 is beyond a cost question. I'm more just that's just part of it at this point.
It's a health question.
Because keeping your house at 60, also like shit, man, the summer's been, the peak temperatures during the summer have been so hot that I'm pretty sure my system would blow if I tried to keep my house at 62.
Yeah. Yeah. So like up here, like this whole floor, I keep at 72.
Which is, I think, very reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's pretty well insulated. So if I pump 72 up here and I come up, it's like there, I think yesterday, the day before, I was wearing a zip up hoodie for the podcast. Like it'll stay chilly up here.
Yeah, if I didn't run the AC up in my attic right now, I would be sweating, visibly sweating on the stream, which nobody's asked for. If we get donations for that, then I'll turn the AC off or whatever. We can sweat out. We can sweat out the night, but
yeah. I watched Ravi's podcast today because he had Cora on.
Yeah.
Who's he do it with? Is he was, I saw he was like a brewer scout or something.
Yeah. The name is, I have
Justin. Is he also a Justin?
Yeah. What's his name? I just looked at this like a week or two ago too. I can't remember his name, but
Is that his co-host for every pod?
I thought that's how it was working.
Yeah. I don't mean any disrespect. I love Ravi, but I don't consider.
Yeah, Justin Musil. Yes,
Musil.
Museum, I think.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was worth a listen, but it wasn't like the. It wasn't the scathing sit down that I think you see Alex Cora is doing a podcast interview for an hour. You're like, oh, this is going to get juicy.
Yeah,
it was not that. It was not that. I think the most interesting thing that I came away from that interview learning is that he knows the exact date that he was hired and the exact date that he was fired. Without being asked, really. It was kind of like they were just like talking about his tenure. And he's like, yeah, so on November 7th, 2017, and then April 26th at 3:17 p.m. Like he knew exact.
Yeah.
Well, Jared, how do you justify 16 being given this much leeway? Well, the guy that you would replace him with has been injured since May, early May. So I don't know that you have the guy to replace him with ready to go right now. But from what I understand, he's not that far away. I know who had the fucking update today? Catillo maybe, but then there was like a follow up. It was a Tommy Castle. He's been covering the Worcester Red Sox, and I believe he said that he's heard some murmurs about a rehab stint is not that far away. RDT, so Orioles fan representative and Adley Rutschman, close personal friend, says any truth to the rumor that Adley has already said he hates Boston. He texted me last night and he said, when I get married someday, this is where I want to raise my family. He said he wants to retire here. He said his goal is to go into the Hall of Fame with the Red Sox cap on at this point, which I thought it was a nice gesture. I thought it was something that, every guy that comes to Boston, they obviously want to do well, but he's gone above and beyond in terms of what he wants to do here. And I appreciate that so much.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the NL MVP has gone deep. The future NL MVP. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that off of
Jake Irvin?
Okay, yeah. Because Cole Irvin just got DFA'd. Swerving Cole Irvin.
Jake has to take over the Swervin, I guess. Swervin Jake Irvin. Yeah.
Any relation, do we know?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Yeah, one of the forgotten storylines of the trade deadline was that it was almost a foregone conclusion that George Springer was going to Boston and then he just stayed in Toronto. That would have been a nice little wrinkle to this series.
Oh, to just have them facing it again.
Just he would have gotten his standing ovation and all that shit.
Yeah.
Look at PCA, man. Kyle Stowers officially to the IL, Jay.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah, it was the hammy on, I want to say Sunday. And I really thought we were going to avoid the IL there.
I think that I think I got I know the story is not written necessarily, but I think I got a little too excited about the Marlins thing there for a second. Not like that it was dominating my thoughts, but it just like I find them to be, this current version of the team, to be just imminently more interesting than most of these other teams that can stake a claim to the wild card spot. I feel like at this point, and just I'm kind of fascinated with what that pitching staff. I know my Yuri Perez NL Cy pick is not going to play out, but he has been dynamic over his last excellent.
They have a playoff rotation. They have a nice 3-man playoff rotation,
sure, man,
with some exciting players in their lineup. Like I feel like all of them, all the exciting players that we're talking about have been on the show. Like we've had them all.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. We've pretty much cornered the Marlins market, actually.
Yeah.
At least from the position player side. Yeah.
Yeah. Lopez, Stowers,
Edwards.
Yep. I think the one that we're missing is Max Meyer.
Yep.
I would like to get him on. Does Sandy speak English? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know whether he would want to talk with us, but I feel like he speaks enough English to be able to do it if he wanted to.
I feel like we've been pretty pro Marlins for a media landscape that either disparages or completely ignores them.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, as far as getting the fish in front of a microphone, I don't know that there's someone else that's done a better job. Paul Skeens. The Paul Skeens is fat storyline is enthralling to me. I don't see it. I've seen some side by side of his mechanics. It looks more mechanically related than anything else. Yeah. You know, we could probably make this happen. We released the Coley Fear the Stash shirt. We get one with Steve, man. Forget about it. Forget about it, brother. We can make that happen. Will Houck be return? I don't know about soon. There's belief that he could come back this year and he pitch out of the bullpen. That'd be nice. I'd be a big fan of that. It's a loony dog night in Toronto. You ever have Nate Hortons, Jay? You ever been to Toronto?
Never been to Toronto. I've had knockoff American side Nate Hortons.
So that doesn't count.
Then I guess no. I mean, I've been to Toronto or Canada in my life, but I have not been to Toronto.
What are you doing in Canada, man? You know what that's from?
What did you say?
What are you doing in Canada, man?
No, what is that from?
Very obscure reference.
No,
very,
what is that?
very That 70 show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't know which one's Cheech and which one's Chong. I believe it's Cheech. He was playing a border patrol guy, or he was trying to get through the border in Canada, and he was like, "Yeah, Leo. Yeah." He's like, "What are you doing in Canada? Why are you coming to Canada? What are you doing in Canada?" And he's like, "What are you doing in Canada?"
Pretty sure.
You never watched that 70 show?
I mean, I literally watched it, but I don't have any recall on dialogue or lines or anything like that. No. I do believe. I also don't remember whether it was Cheech or Chong, but we interviewed one of those guys for an old radio program I used to work on.
I do remember that. Yep. Someone asked if we heard of any deals that were worked on that didn't happen at the trade deadline. Yeah, my sources are telling me the Red Sox tried to pull off a trade for Alex Rodriguez.
Wow.
Was shot down by the Players Association. Yeah, it would have been, and don't repeat this, this would have been Manny Ramirez and John Lester to the Texas Rangers for Alex Rodriguez. And then if that actually went down, they would have sent Nomar Garciaparra to the Chicago White Sox for Maglio Ordonez.
That's juicy.
Mm-hmm. Didn't happen though.
No.
It did not go down like that.
But that's what they asked for, stuff that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was all in place. Yeah, Nick Sogard, huh? Give me Sogi. What a ball player, man. Best bunter on the team. Whew. Yeah, Hunter Pence was on the pod this week. Hunter Pence on the pod. Also, Family Feud tomorrow. I don't know who the guest is, but I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I know who the guest is.
Has the guest been a guest on the show before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm only gonna guess this one person.
Okay.
You know what? I don't even want to know who it is. I'm just telling you that when Boog shows up for Family Feud, he's gonna get a piece of my mind about something.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have some beef you need to work out?
I followed the motherfucker on Instagram, and
I don't even know if I do that.
Well, he's got two accounts. Like he's got a personal one, he's got a work one. I followed his personal one, which like you have to send the request, and then he has to accept it. So he accepted it, meaning like, oh, Jared, yeah, you can come in.
But he didn't follow you back.
Didn't follow me back. The fuck is that, Boog?
Yeah, that's big league. That's big league.
He big leagued me.
I would take that up with him if it is him as well.
If it is him, that's the first thing I'm gonna do.
If it's not him, I wouldn't bring that up. But if it is him, because it might throw the other guest off. If you're like,
who's his broadcast partner? Because if it's him, I'll bring it up with him too.
It's not him. That I can guarantee you. It's not that guy.
Okay.
But
Kenny Mayne on the Feud would be unbelievable.
It would be. It's not Kenny, but that doesn't mean that I don't have him on my working list. Still have the contact info.
Yep.
Not afraid to use it.
I feel like we got to cash in on that in like
JTN during the postseason.
Yeah, like because it's got to be fresh in his mind. Like the playoffs will start and be like, man, what are those guys up to?
Yep. You know? I mean, not that I dictate Peggy's life, but I did suggest that we wait on Kenny Mayne until the postseason streams.
Yeah.
Because of all the reason you laid out, and pretty much every other reason that anybody could think about.
Yeah, he's like Santa Claus. Like you're not going to see him in the middle of summer.
No.
What did I just see? Oh, we're about to score a run here, Jay. Hey, yeah, we are. Yeah, all right, Sox. 1-0 Sox, baby.
Wow, they got a run off of Dylan Cease. You know that alone is almost its own win. You know.
That's a great point.
You get like a partial dub for that.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think we should do for the next round of BID merch? What should that look like?
Well, I mean, so what I would like to do is start turning around some of our better like in pod joke stuff. You know what I mean? So I think a blow in this guy's horn shirt would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think a Family Feud shirt with our likeness on it because we own that.
A feud shirt. Did you see the Zach had the BID feud voter participant shirt that he had put together?
I did see that.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. Yeah, so blowing this guy's horn feud. Let's see. I mean, I still think it would be cool to do JTN merch, or something with the stream, which is
Yeah.
BID adjacent. Of course,
We have a mascot. It's a squirrel on a surfboard.
Yeah, so something like that.
You know what I bought? Side note, you know what I bought today on Amazon?
What?
An ashtray.
Yeah, for the smoking that you're intending to pursue, is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna pursue smoking on the stream.
Yeah. Is the ashtray like what attracted you to this specific ashtray, or were you just looking to fill the void of an ashtray and just got whatever you could get?
Yeah, I think when we did the trade deadline stream, there were a lot of requests for me to actually light the cigarette, and I was like, well, if I do that, I can't. There's nowhere to put the ashes.
Yeah, that's that's a must.
Yeah, you've got.
Otherwise, it's your carpet. Yeah,
correct. Yeah, so Pete Alonso just hit a home run for the Baltimore Orioles. There you go, Eric.
That's a tough break for the Twins there.
Yeah, that's good. It's really good.
What were you and I just talking about?
We were talking about t-shirt ideas and the JTN mascot on a t-shirt. Get through. Fuck. Is Train on board with the ashtray? She doesn't know about it, and I don't know. I don't know that she would care. I mean, like, I dip pretty much all day, every day in the house. I bet you she would. I think she would welcome me smoking in the house versus dipping all the time. Like, if she had a choice between the two, get through. Not in time. Yeah. Speed Demon Adley, they're calling him. Thank you for the 1,000 joules. I don't know what the fuck. What do we do with that? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Side note. Thank you so much.
I think I got real John Anthony addicted to chewing tobacco. I know, right? Bad.
Oh.
Huh?
Sorry, please go.
We were at Fenway on Friday, and I had a tin, and I threw one in for the ride home, and he was like, "Let me try some of that shit." And I was like, "You don't want none of this shit, Ricky Bobby." And then I gave it to him, and but you know who you got me going was Dustin Pedroia.
So you're just kind of like passing it along,
passing the torch, man. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I told him that too. He feels bad about that legacy. Yep.
Going back to the merch thing real fast.
Yeah.
I know this is the company we use might not typically be in the business of making something like this, but we are ultimately going to have to figure out how to make a cardigan.
Yeah. I mean, I bet you we can't, like, Sully's.
I'm not saying Sully's can't.
They're saying ask us anything. Well, if you want to make it, just ask and we'll do it.
I'd love for somebody to ask on my behalf about a cardigan, because if the answer is no, which is totally fine, would love to pursue another option, because every time we do JTN, somebody says they want a cardigan when we have this conversation. And I of course want a cardigan as well. So that's another answer.
Maybe that's like a limited edition Black Friday drop.
Yeah, I do understand that is not a mass market item. But I do feel like we could sell enough of those to be a collector's item, and to make a number of people very happy.
Yeah, it was walk hard. You're right. It was Dewey Cox. Wasn't
the J Hay face shirt, like, if people it's right here, man. I mean, we can mass market that too. Like you people start putting in requests through Jared's Twitter account and people saying you want the J Hay face shirt.
Right.
We'll get it done.
That's right.
A BIG jersey with the back saying I won this in a jersey bet with Dallas. Nobody would believe that.
Yeah, he would never follow through with it. I do owe him 2 jerseys.
And he owes me 2 jerseys. It's a
He owes
dangerous
you
cycle.
2?
Yes, still from last season.
See, that's fucked up. Mine are at least from this year.
It's from the A's Guardians series last year. and Juan Soto ending up with a higher OPS last season than Pete Alonso last season. So that one concluded on the last day of the regular season last year. And in fact, it concluded much earlier than that because that was bankable for a while.
Yeah. See, that's what makes me not want to give him a jersey, or both the jerseys that I owe him, is because he's about to owe me a jersey at the end of the year too. I'm gonna have to wait for how fucking long? We're gonna have to institute a rule. Like how do you enforce a jersey bet?
I mean, we might have to hire an enforcer,
like a collection agency. They just repo your car until you buy the jerseys.
I was thinking something a little bit more like cinematic than a
like they just what's that thing? They put like the lock on your tire, and you can't get the lock off until you buy the jersey that you owe.
I was thinking more like a singular tough guy as opposed to a collection agency, but I realize that your answer is probably a lot more modern and legal.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be, but like then again, it's like you can't enforce this with Dallas because he's got the scooter. All right, yeah, we locked the back tires on your car, and then here he goes with his electric scooter. Yeah. This room up here is turning out to be pretty cool. I've been doing a lot of work up here.
You find it's a good work conducive place, good for your mental place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got like space. It's got, stuff to look at.
Yeah.
It's got, everything I need for my job. Yeah, it's nice. 72 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to Brandon Belt?
I mean, if I remember, he had back issues, I want to say. And his career just ended, that happens sometimes.
Yeah. It's what old people do. They die.
Yeah. He had a excellent last season. So maybe that's if that's the question they're asking, why did he retire after posting a 135 OPS plus in 400 plate appearances? I recall it as a back, I think.
What was Jermaine Dye's OPS plus in his last season? Was it better than 135?
Jermaine Dye
was in the 120s.
It was 102 in his last season.
Oh, come on.
You might be thinking of his second to last season, in which case it was a 127.
Okay.
And an 885 regular OPS, 34 homers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jermaine Dye had a great final flourish there. You know, that White
Did.
Sox era. He had an 869 OPS and a 121 OPS plus in 724 games over the final 5 seasons of his career.
Spencer Jones's batting stance and like swing and his load, all of it fascinates me. It's very like it goes through like 3 different phases. Like his batting stance is very Travis Hafner.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got some like almost Shohei in there. It's like a toe tap, but he like plants his toe. Yeah, it's there's a lot happening.
Cleveland could use Travis Hafner right now.
Yeah. War Games, Brandon Belt versus Brandon Crawford.
Crawford's higher.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Brandon Crawford's
29.5. Already had a fucking 8 F war.
Oh no, Brandon Belt's higher. 29.9 to 29.5.
Damn.
I wonder what F war says about that. F4 says Belt Crawford's higher, but that's not the game we're playing. I was more just kind of curious.
No. Fuck.
What?
God damn it.
Oh. Yeah.
The fucking Blue Jays, man.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. Great effort. Great effort.
That's unfortunate.
What?
Tigers just took the lead.
2-0 Marlins. What the fuck was that? It was some Jeffrey Mayer shit at Yankee Stadium. You seeing this? Yeah. Yeah, we got a Jeffrey Mayer situation.
Well.
Oh, wait, no, he caught it. He caught it. Ward caught it. Damn, that's crazy. I thought the fan caught that. Why do you think Vladdy sucks this year?
Oh, man. Fat?
You think he's fat?
I think that's always the answer now, isn't it?
It feels like that's been an answer that the experts have leaned on quite heavily, no pun intended, this year. Wow, he just got fucking another home run robbery. Reynolds in Miami.
Yeah, to end the inning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jewels are like another version of super chats in a way. Like if you've heard of someone sending a galaxy on TikTok, it's like that for YouTube. Okay. I still don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't that it makes it honestly, respectfully makes it no clearer to me.
Yeah. Like I know I've seen people on like TikTok live and you're like, oh, thanks for the galaxy, but I don't know what that does. Like I don't know. Like, does that benefit?
First time, literally the first time I'm hearing of a galaxy. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Can we go back to the Vlad thing for a second?
Please.
So I'm pretty fascinated with why and how he's struggling. Actually, it was going to be a blog post idea. I never zeroed in and really focused on it. It may still end up being one, but one of the things that I found at the time that I just re-looked up and still very much holds true is that he's got this weird combination going on, or probably troubling combination is the better way to describe it, where his chase rate is way up, like significantly up from what it was last season, roughly 21% last season to 31% this season. Which maybe doesn't sound like a lot, but is an enormous jump. And yet you have him getting dominated on pitches in the zone in a way that he has never been before, but which also continues a trend year over year from 24. So without an avalanche of numbers here, Vlad Guerrero against pitches thrown in the strike zone last 3 seasons, he's gone from a batting average of 369 in 2024 to 315 to 279 this season. And his slugging percentage on those pitches has gone from 624 to 517 to 391. He hit 48 homers against pitches thrown in the zone over 24 and 25 combined. He has only 5 this season. So that is not a total explanation of what's going on and is more a symptom as opposed to an explanation. But the idea that he is expanding the zone while also being significantly less effective with the balls that he is getting in the zone, to me suggests at the very least a guy who has completely turned around at this point. His first pitch swing rate is also way up. It's just kind of a weird combination. A guy who seems completely like it really feels like this might just end up being a lost season, which is kind of crazy for a guy on a $500 million contract. When I say lost season, sorry, let me clarify. It's obviously going to be a lost season in terms of what the net out line is. Like, it's definitely going to be a disappointment. We're too far into the year for him to turn it around. But I'm like increasingly skeptical that even like a final month turnaround is coming. Like I have expected for most of the season that there would be this streak that he goes on where it's like, oh, Vlad Jr. is Vlad Jr. He's at least over this month and a half giving us that prime level stuff. Obviously, as the season goes along, there's less and less time for this to happen. But given the stuff or the reasons why he's struggling, I'm just increasingly skeptical that streak or that hot run is going to happen at all in 2026, which is wild. That, say what you want about the decision to give him a $500 million contract. What's that?
Willier just hit a home run, and then they showed some Red Sox fans in the front row, and yep, girl's wearing a Section 10 shirt.
Oh, nice. That's great.
God bless her, man.
God bless.
Let's see.
God bless you, to you and yours.
Yep. Yeah, she's probably watching the stream.
One would assume. Shout out.
Oh, yeah. Will your hang on one second. There was a fucking War Games that I wanted to hit. Where was it? Right there. Bang. War Games. Kevin Youkilis versus Kevin Kiermaier. I feel like the answer is Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, but maybe that's what they want you to think.
Yeah. Well, I think they would want me to think Youkilis. No?
Hello?
Hello? What
Hey,
happened?
sorry. I think, I don't know. Things got a little choppy there for a second, but we're back.
Damn.
Nick Kurtz is out for the season.
That's what Kate said?
Dang.
How does this impact the A's playoff chances, you think?
Probably the final nail.
Yeah. I'm not seeing this on the TL, by the way. Oh, no. Here it is. Kotze, Nick Kurtz, thumb, unlikely to return this season. 4 weeks of no mobility. You can probably do the timeline and think through the scenario in front of us for Nick. That's unfortunate. I love Nick Kurtz.
All right, let's do a little crazy that Nick Kurtz posting a 141 OPS plus is a massive disappointment.
Yeah.
But let's
Was
take
he
a
my
look.
MVP pick this year?
Yeah, maybe, I don't recall. Totally justifiable one. I mean, I was in the League of Snakes. I took him in the first round.
The League of Snakes.
So we're gonna have to League of Snakes are gonna have the West Hartford Nuggets are gonna have to bounce back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna revisit. Okay. AL MVP Nick Kurtz. AL Cy Young Garrett Crochet. AL Rookie of the Year Munetaka Murakami. AL Manager of the Year Mark Kotze. AL Comeback Player of the Year Yordan Alvarez. Ding ding.
Okay, there's a winner.
NL MVP Shohei Ohtani. NL Cy Young Paul Skeens. NL Rookie of the Year Connor Griffin. NL Manager of the Year Walt Weiss. NL Comeback Player of the Year Ezekiel Tovar.
But a couple of responses. I think Murakami and Ohtani are still totally fully. I know they were like the favorites, maybe, but like Murakami's been Rookie of the Year caliber. Ohtani could absolutely still win the MVP. It's not out of the question.
No.
Walt Weiss, I feel like, is still like, it's always hard to tell where the Coach of the Year thing is going to go, Manager of the Year, but I feel like he's not out of the picture for that.
No.
So, I think you were a little too hard on yourself. The ones you got wrong, as this tends to go, have been very wrong, I guess. The Crochet pick, but pitching is pitching. Like, people just get injured. It's whatever. Connor Griffin, actually, I told you we were going to talk about this on Wednesday, or I asked that we talked about it on Wednesday, but I just feel like the fact that the Pirates are basically dead in the water before the middle of August is a story that deserves more attention than it's getting from us, and deserves more attention than it's getting nationally at this point. Although I think that's about to change. Feels like the tide's shifting on that a little bit. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not saying they had to make the playoffs for this to be a successful year, although I think that's probably correct. But the idea that they have virtually no chance to make the playoffs, like basically immediately after the trade deadline, is among the largest disappointments of the Major League Baseball season, given the window that they're working with, given that the investment that they made in the offseason, the amount of fucking hype and ink and whatever that went into the Pirates finally waking up as an organization and finding some couch cushion money and stuff like that and investing in the roster for the first time, and that they have been undone largely by the starting rotation is both just crazy and unpredictable, and also what makes baseball frustrating and beautiful and all that sort of stuff. Not that I'm not rooting against the Pirates. I picked them to make the postseason. It's a disappointment to me. I feel like a schmuck in some ways for thinking that, 30 years of dysfunction was going to be turned around by the strength of a starting rotation and Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau. But, between the much documented Paul Skeens disappointment, the general disappointment of the vast majority of that rotation. I know Jared Jones has shown moments in his return. He also just gave up 8 earned the other day. Everybody else has largely been a disappointment. The offense, in terms of incumbents, has been very much a mixed bag. Some people that they were counting on stepping up, and obviously Connor Griffin is exceptionally young, but doesn't it feel weird on some level that we've gone basically the whole season without talking about Connor Griffin on any real level since the extension?
Pretty much, yeah. That injury, when it happened, I know that people were comparing it to the Roman Anthony injury. It wasn't exactly the same thing, but a couple of guys that were highly touted prospects, a couple of guys that got $100 million plus, and a couple of guys that suffered a very similar injury in their rookie campaigns. Well, no, Roman wouldn't be well, did Roman lose his rookie status? I don't think did he lose it last year?
Yeah, he had 300 plate appearances.
Yeah.
Somebody asked for my opinion on Trevor Story. I will admit this is a little bit off the cuff because I have not given the Trevor Story situation really any thought, respectfully. Why? Why is that something that needs to be accounted for? Like, I know he's a respected veteran, capital letters. Can you like, I know it's not this simple. I know you're managing personalities. I am keenly aware of how much of a manager's responsibility that part of it is. To me, the Red Sox play has transcended to a level where, like, what Trevor Story supposedly deserves based on tenure and what his job was before going down, like, I basically don't give a shit. And it seems to me, unless you tell me differently, that they have people who are currently better equipped to play shortstop for right now than Trevor Story. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
Show him some love on
right.
Yes. Friday's episode. Yeah.
Yes, I was listening. Yes.
A whole month of Andrew Monasterio where he's a top 5 offensive player in Major League Baseball. Like, no, unless you can match that, brother, I think we're good. Unless he's playing second base, which I feel like you can't have an ego about it at this point. But
right.
Yeah. I don't know what that looks like defensively. Wow, the Red Sox wore out Dylan Cease. Maybe Cam is the Cy Young. I don't know. Not really for me to say. I don't get a vote. They didn't ask me. They did not ask me. Not this year, at least. Oh. Welcome back, Jay.
Hey, thanks. Good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you. Monasterio isn't even better than Lombard, brother. I don't think I said that. I don't think no one was talking about Lombard.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Well, because I said he's been a top 5 offensive player in the game the last month, which is just statistically true. But no, I didn't say he was better than Lombard. Lombard's been great defensively, offensively. He's a great player. His brother's better than him, but great player. No shit. Hey, Drew, this is a place of respect. You're not allowed to come into this stream and start calling people on the show dumbasses, because if you do, let's just say T, it'll be very easy for T to find your home address. Very easy. He will shit on your front lawn. Absolutely no questions asked. Yeah, positive
Although
vibes for the stream.
He's on that Awaken 180 diet though, so he might be a decent shit, you know.
His shit won't be as of substance as it would have been prior to that.
I mean, yeah, it's probably less punishing for Drew Locks, right?
Yeah. I keep seeing it. Do you have any info on Keith Folk and the Hunters? So I don't even know what league this is or what. Like, I just saw that he got fired after 3 games. All these people were on my timeline being like, dude, Keith Folk got fired by the Hunters after 3 games. Like, are we who the fuck are the Hunters? What is that? Like, why are people acting like that's a big deal? Like, why are people acting like the Hunters? It's the women's pro baseball league. I thought it was like I thought that they were playing the Long Island Ducks or something like that. I thought it was like independent league baseball.
I don't think it's so much that Keith Folk lost a lofty gig. It's that 3 games and being, his hiring as a coach in women's league was probably worthy at the time, and that he lasted 3 games. That requires an explanation.
I'm not being sexist. If I knew that it was a women's baseball team and I said, who cares? That's sexist. I clearly didn't fucking know that. So shut the fuck up. Why would that happen? Was he the manager?
He was. Let's just pull it up here. What happened?
He got fired out of the blue. No explanation. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know.
Interesting. He was replaced by Jamal Weeks, though.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, listen. I'm not going to speculate because I don't care because I haven't been invested in this path so far. But the official tweet that the Hunters sent out says that Jamal Weeks has been named manager of the Boston Hunters effective immediately. We would like to thank Keith Folk for his contributions to the team and his efforts on behalf of the club. We look forward to building a winning team under Jamal Weeks' guidance. That is crisp at best. Something happened. Come on. Something happened here.
I mean, if something bad happened or nefarious, I don't think they would be wishing him well in their statement saying that he's.
I'm not saying he did something illegal, but
no, I'm not saying you did, but I'm sure like the internet is thinking that. Rate the team names. I don't know the team names. I'm sorry. I don't. I did not look into this. It's definitely weird after 3 games.
For sure.
I mean, I could see a world where Keith was like, honestly, I don't want to do this anymore, guys. Can you fire me? Like, can you get me out of my contract? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't have any information for you.
Oh, Matt Williams is a coach in that league. That's kind of cool.
That's
some high-level baseball. I mean, I mean, high-level former baseball players coaching in the league is what I meant to say.
What was that other question? Oh, horror recommendation. I just saw that new movie on Netflix. What is it, like the Last House or some shit like that? It was good. Teams are all named after notable women. Well, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. I just have not had the time to check it all out. He sort of hinted that it didn't matter if they won or not because everyone makes the playoffs. I mean, okay. Is that worth firing someone about? I don't know. If I played in a league where every team made the playoffs, legitimately every team, then I'd be like, what? Like, what's the point of the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, if that's all he did, then that seems like not a reason to fire him.
No.
I've not tried the MLB VR app. If I'm being honest with you, I don't really know what you're talking about. I mean, I know I can guess, but
When's the last time you looked at the AL West standings?
Specifically them, probably when we did the pod on Friday.
Yeah. It's not pretty.
No,
the Astros are going to win this division 2 games over 500 with a negative run differential.
That's going to make me mad too.
Yeah, because even when they're not that good, they still win the division. Mm-hmm.
I also just don't find them interesting. Although I think that describes all of the AL West teams to me at this point.
When's the book club?
I just tweeted about it again today. I reminded folks August 27th is the first evening of. That's a Thursday evening. We're going to meet. Right now, the plan is 8 p.m. I mean, that could shift 15 minutes either way, I guess. But plan is 8 p.m. Thursday evening, August 27th. Or is it Wednesday and a Thursday? Sorry, it's Wednesday, August 27th, and then Thursday, August 28th during the day. So that is the plan. I believe it's noon. And then if there are people who are still left over, who were not able to make either of the first two, I will make myself available for a third meeting on this first book. And I have given Dallas the dates as well. So I know he's read the book. What? Oh, Red Sox. Yeah. Sorry, dude. We're talking book. Oh, SETI. Wow.
Yeah.
Seeing it now. Do we have a first book? JMH, we've had a first book. It's called the Universal Baseball Association by Robert Coover. You need to check it out. You need to start reading because we're meeting on the 27th. What are my tweets? I'm just going to pull up the dates right now. Sorry. I was Wednesday, August 26th, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thursday, August 27th, noon Eastern. Wednesday evening, Thursday afternoon. If you can't make either one of those, I'll provide a third date and time that we will do. If you are just now becoming aware of the fact that we've had a first book, then either you have about 12 days, 2 weeks or so to read the first book. That may be plenty of time. That may be not nearly enough time, depending on what your schedule and reading pace is. If not, then I would suggest skipping ahead to the second book, which has also been announced, which is Dusty Baker. a memoir of a life in baseball. So check it out. That one
Damn.
will be meeting at the end of September.
Yeesh.
Remember, the book club is through our Patreon. So please subscribe. It's a big part of this.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can join our tier for low price to get access to that. The blog, publish something every day this week so far, actually. Granted, there have only been 2 days, but if you go back to Saturday, I've now published 3 things in the last 4 days. So you're getting a lot of written content out of the blog. Got a Garrett Cole post on Saturday. We had the Monday Nuggets breakfast lunch, and today we had the JTN viewing guide. Who knows what I'll do later this week? But we'll have at least one more this week.
I don't know how I end up in this group text of like Red Sox fans.
Okay.
And they love the Sox, and there's probably like 5 or 6 of them in there, and they just added me one day. I don't know how they got my number, but I've just stayed.
Oh, they're not your friends, they're just people.
No. Mm-hmm.
That's fun. That's cute.
Yeah, so I'm just in there, and they talk a lot. Like they text a lot. I'll respond every once in a great while, but yeah, my phone is usually going off during the games, and it's the fellas. You know, they're talking stuff.
Yeah, it's a little creepy and a little fun. I agree.
Yeah. Do we think WC-40 needs an IL stint? It would make me feel better, honestly. Like he just looks like he's having a bad time out there. I guess he's been like super irritable recently. So yeah, take a rest, brother. Go take a vacation. Put him on the IL and send him to Aruba.
If I had to follow an NL team, what would it be? It'd be it would be and is the Cubs. I follow the Cubs more closely than I do any other NL team, for sure. Used to live in a suburb of Chicago, have plenty of friends who live there or did. Love Wrigley, a lot of memories there, and I'm incentivized to stay plugged in on the Cubs.
I don't mean any disrespect, but Dylan Cease looks like shit.
Like fuck off, dude.
Physically, like his appearance.
Oh,
like
you
his
don't like
beard.
his look?
Yeah, like his beard looks very puby. Like it, yeah. There's just like a lot going on, I think.
He's got a whole Zen thing going on. Maybe you just wouldn't understand.
He's got a lot. He's got like he's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre gas station attendant cast E. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Disagree?
Maybe more like I see more like modern Zen cowboy, you know?
Okay, yeah, I could see cowboy.
Yeah. Kind of like a wiry cowboy sort of. By the way, Sean Burke appears to be perfect through 4 innings. Just going to throw the flag on that one right now.
Shout out Sean Burke. Man.
He's also facing the Reds, who are just fucking atrocious offensively. So, and in general, but specifically offensively. So I think this is one that we need to watch because Sean Burke's been fucking awesome. You know, not that you need another Plugola, but you know, people would know that if they had read the JTN viewing guide, note stats and trends. Entering tonight, Burke 1.64 ERA over his last 9 starts, 1.50 ERA over his last 6 starts. That's since the beginning of July. I believe Dallas also called Sean Burke out on, I think it was blowing this guy's horn. it was in some capacity that he talked about Sean Burke. But yeah, he's dialing it up against one of the league's very worst offenses.
They're not where I would have guessed they are for overall team slugging percentage this year.
It's pathetic, really. It's doubly pathetic because not only are they not where you probably would have expected to find them on a team slugging percentage chart, which currently they are, at least by the list I'm looking at, 21st. But if you adjust for Park, they're actually the worst by weighted runs created plus because they play in a remarkably offensive friendly environment, as you well know, and yet they are still so mediocre in the power output. So by WRC plus, they are the very worst offense in the league. And I think if you look at the names intuitively, that lines up because most of these guys suck in the scheme of being a Major League Baseball player, of course. And really, if we're being honest, like Ellie, I mean, we don't need to say his full name. Yeah, Ellie and Sal Stewart are very good players. I think they are both miscast as the best and second best offensive players on a team. Like, I just don't think Ellie De La Cruz could maybe be like the best player overall on your team. I don't think he can be the actual offensive engine of a team that matters. Like matters in the sense of is competing for big things. And Sal Stewart, again, very promising season. His slash line is 253, 331, 473, which is, for me, falls squarely in the pretty good to good category and definitively not the great category. And I think he, on a contending team, at least this version of Sal Stewart, the one who, what he's produced this season, is probably more like the fifth or sixth best player on your team. And so, like, I know we sort of dipped our toe into it, or at least I did on the latest BID, but like the Hunter Green thing has had me thinking probably more about the Reds than I've given them thought on the whole season, which is a little bit unfair to them that an injury is making me think about them more than I have to this point. But like, it's gotten very quickly from like, oh, this is like a pretty, like a couple of years ago, it was like, oh, there might be something bubbling here. There's some intriguing pieces. Like, what's Matt McLean going to be? Obviously Ellie, you had Hunter Green kind of at his most promising in terms of potential, to like really on the short list for one of the most depressing situations in all of baseball, like over the next half decade. Like, this team is going fucking nowhere. And it doesn't spend. Its owner is the least wealthy in the entire sport, at last check. And like, I don't understand what the pathway towards this team being like. Can it be 5 games under 500 in a given season like it is right now? Yeah, sure. But like, to being a good team, or even like to the wild card path that it seemed like it was on a couple of years ago, I don't see how you get back there. I honestly don't. I'm trying to think of a team whose future I would like less than the Reds right now. Just talking about the next 5 years. It might be reactionary, but I'm not sure a team exists, actually. Because the White Sox have what?
It's a botched double play ball.
Oh, sorry. I'd rather have the Rockies' future, honestly. I think. I don't know that their front office isn't good yet. It feels more competent than previous versions. The Rockies have a history of spending at a level that's significantly higher than the Reds. Lots of other aesthetic reasons to prefer the Rockies, I guess. The Angels would be maybe the answer. Because there's a lot of dysfunction there that I don't know that can be fixed. But, the Reds spending is also not going to be able to be fixed. I think the Angels is probably Reds and Angels.
Why would the Reds be so insistent on hanging on to Ellie De La Cruz? Like, what is the point?
Because so devil's advocate, because I understand where you're coming from, obviously.
Mhm.
What is the point of not of existing without him right now for them? Like, what else do they have?
I would sell him off for 5 lottery tickets to have 3 Ellie De La Cruzes somewhere down the line.
But I think the actual hit rate on that is probably like 0.5 Ellie De La Cruzes on those lottery tickets, or maybe 1.
Maybe
And
2.
so, of course,
I
it
mean,
could be.
I think the Juan Soto trade should give teams hope that you can win big on selling off a superstar.
It
is
is
right. It can be done.
Yes, but I also think that we may look back on that trade as being something of the Bartolo Colon trade of its era. And by the Bartolo Colon trade, for those who are not old enough, I'm talking
That
about
dude, BP.
I'm talking about the Cleveland to Montreal Bartolo Colon trade that netted Cleveland Grady Sizemore, Brandon Phillips, and Cliff Lee, along with Lee Stevens, I believe. But those three, and defined a generation of Cleveland baseball, and really defined a generation of baseball beyond Cleveland, because Brandon Phillips really was the crown jewel of that trade at the time. From the Cleveland and the Montreal side, he was the highest rated prospect, and he ended up being by far the least impactful for Cleveland. In fact, made no impact at all for Cleveland before going on to the Reds and having a nice career. But I think to your original question, I think the James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Susanna trade is going to end up being a one-off. I don't think that's going to be a model. I don't think teams can count on those sorts of trades. I think that was AJ Preller being incredibly aggressive / desperate. I think it was also a heroic victory for the Nationals. And to the Ellie question, I just, if you are the Reds and you trade Ellie De La Cruz for the 5 lottery tickets or whatever version you're talking about, I just don't know how you put asses in the seats to the extent that they care about that. He's one of the most electric players in the sport. He probably still hasn't reached his peak, I don't think. At least his hypothetical peak, he hasn't reached. And to tie back into what I was saying before, I think their overall situation outside of Ellie is incredibly depressing in the post Hunter Green world. And it's basically, you have Ellie, you have Chase Burns, you have Sal Stewart, and then what? And I just don't think it's much beyond that. And I don't think Sal Stewart really, really, truly belongs in that conversation either. So I'm being a little bit generous by including him in that. I think it's a desperate situation, and trading one of the 10, 15 most bankable young stars in the game is a tough sell for a small market team.
Do we think the Sox offered Arias for Ellie? Fuck, dude. God damn it. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. I don't like this. I don't like this. I would have I'm not saying that 3-1 was enough to get it done, but there's just something about like going up 3-1 and say they added to it to make it 5-1, and then the Jays score a couple, so it's 5-3, and then it's like, all right, yeah, 5-3, that'll do it. But going up 3-1, now it's 3-3. I don't love that.
I can understand that.
Yeah. The Reds wanted Coley and Arias. That was for Joe Ryan last year. It's a great shirt, JA. I got a compliment on it at the gym today. Some old guy walking out, he said, nice shirt. And I didn't even realize I was wearing it. It's a Grinch shirt. We love the Grinch. You like the Grinch?
Me?
You.
I'm pretty neutral, I would say, on the Grinch.
Fuck.
I don't
That's gonna be
really,
rough.
I don't really have a take. Not anti.
The run score. Monasterio hurt. What the fuck's happening? Was Vladdy out before the run scored? I hope. What the fuck just happened? I'm assuming that Vladdy got cut down before the run came across the plate because they never updated the score bug. So it's 3-3 still. But Vladdy went hard into second base, and it looked like Monasterio jammed his wrist or something.
Might need Trevor Story after all.
They held the runner. Okay. Yeah, Monasterio can't get hurt because then they have to have Trevor Story come back.
Yeah, we were just talking so much shit on him.
Yeah. Well, then you can bring up Chang. They were 13-1 when he was shortstop. He can't hit for shit, but he's a great defensive shortstop. Or maybe it opens the door for Franklin Arias. 20 years young.
Who would you rather have, Yuri Perez or Paul Skeens?
Like for a year, for like the way that the contract
you don't have to treat it as a real question. I'm sure the answer is still Paul Skeens, but I know who was more impressive tonight. And Paul Skeens went 5 innings with 65 pitches. Like maybe they're just kind of like saying goodbye to the season and they're just not going to push him beyond a certain point, but I don't know, man. What a fucking disappointment.
Where's T? T is he does the social. He doesn't do just the nuts. The question is where
is this your first time?
Yeah, where the fuck's Coley? Are they still doing mixtape? Let's check YouTube. I don't see. Mixtape is not currently recording from what I'm looking at.
That's disgusting.
Or you know what? I don't think that it's their night that they record live. I think they do like 2 Patreon episodes a week and then 1 live that's free. And I don't think that that's tonight. I think that's Sunday. So I don't know. They could still be recording, I guess. Ooh. Player's the best. Did you go live Sundays? Yeah. I'm excited to see what Coley's new setup is going to look like at the new house.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Wow. Are you going to miss having Coley in New England?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely I probably went to Maine for like we would do like lunch or whatever up there. Like the kids' birthdays were in Massachusetts. Like they would come down or like meet everyone halfway. Get up. Fuck. But yeah, Maine's cool. That was like my only reason to go to Maine. The hell am I going to do now?
I like Maine too.
The McMahon moved to Florida. Is there a public reason why he moved? People say it's warmer there. People say it's warmer there.
They do.
That seems to be the take. 16's exit velocities are 100 plus every time. Need to send it to Durbin's hitting coach. I mean, depending on who you ask, there's like 3 different hitting coaches that are trying to take credit for Caleb Durbin's turnaround. Let's go, JA. JA's on the dip train now. Yeah. I don't know. I never did the Zins. I never did any of that. It's the easy way out. He wanted a red state. Is mixtape under your new media umbrella or still just Coley, Tyler running it solo? They are still doing it on Patreon, but I would really love to find a way to bring mixtape on board. I mean, it can't be that difficult. They don't have like a media deal. I don't think they have sponsors. So like I don't know how that would work. Like we would just give them sponsors. They would come off Patreon for their regular episode. They would do it backwards. They would come on. We would get sponsors for their shows. And then they would do some bonus content versus everything being on Patreon. They would still keep their Patreon. Has Trill ever been on Section 10/BID stream? Withers was on. He made his Section 10 debut in 2018. I remember the episode. We were talking about. It was like one of the first times I think they ever mic'd up the manager or did manager interviews in game, and we couldn't figure out if they were live or taped until I think like Andrew Benintendi hit a ball to the moon while they were interviewing AJ Hinch. So there's a pretty funny bit about that with Trill Withers. And then I want to say it was either before a Yankees or an Astros playoff live show. He was a guest at one of those too. I just remember like him being like, it's not like they're interviewing Popovich while the Spurs are dribbling behind him or something like that. Yeah.
Can I drop an old-fashioned nug on you?
Yes, please. I would love to hear it.
So I was looking this up earlier and then I got sidetracked because you and I, we just got wrapped up in an interesting conversation or something. But when the Nick Kurtz news dropped, it occurred to me that we now know what his OPS and OPS plus is through his age 23 season because he's not going to play anymore this year. And he ends his age 23 season with a career 157 OPS plus. For those wondering, that is the 5th highest OPS plus by an AL batter through his age 23 season in the modern era. That's since 1900, with a minimum of 900 plate appearances. The only players ahead of him are Ted Williams, Frank Thomas, Ty Cobb, and Mike Trout.
Wow.
So,
in your opinion, are those players good?
Yeah, it's like if you're talking about good, they're like the best of the good, Yep. Ted Williams, by the way, on a completely different level. He was a 190 OPS plus through his age 23 season. Kurt's at a 157. So I'm reading all 5 of those names as if they're all kind of in the same group. They're not really. Ted is kind of operating on his own level.
He sure is. Wow. Gates of above. Thank you. If given the position, how would you guys turn around the Royals? J.A.
How would I turn around the Royals? You know what I unequivocally would not do? I would not be trading Bobby Witt Jr. I think that I found that I don't know how real any of these rumors are because I'm not going to be in the business anymore of distinguishing real from fake. I'm just going to wait for the transaction to happen and enjoy all of the garbage as it comes in. But that one was probably the most nauseating like idea that got floated at some point to me personally, because like if that's something that's really ever entertained by the Royals, certainly in this window right here, where he's like squarely in the first part of his prime, like just fucking contract the team. Like, what is the fucking point of existing? You have him, whatever. You guys get the point. Yeah, we don't need to do it. How would I turn them around? I think that's it's another one of those situations where it's simultaneously both a little bit of a daunting task to me, and also like not at all, because we've seen how quickly a turnaround can happen, or what the bar for what a turnaround is in the AL Central. And so it feels like this team is sliding backwards with each passing Bobby Witt prime season. Like you feel further away from the goal. But I think it like how it feels right now probably overstates how far away this team could be with the right moves. Like there's a lot not going right. I think Caglione's season is a pretty massive success, and probably one that isn't being the season's so long I don't remember. I'll say it was like May or early June when he went on that tear, and kind of re-announced himself. But like a 127 OPS plus in your age 23 season, if that's the ballpark. What?
Yeah.
I feel like
I
I'm
was
always
shaking my
talking when
head.
bad things happen.
I was shaking my head to the game, but your Wi-Fi is kind of ass right now.
All right, let me switch off to the other one. Hold on.
Yeah, switch off to the other one. Let's see what happens there. This game is stressing me out, man. I wouldn't care as much if they weren't on a 3-game losing streak, but like right now, it's stressing me out big time.
How do I? This is better for now.
Oh, it's much better. Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like I answer your questions and then I'm talking, and then in the middle of what I'm answering, like something bad happens.
I heard it for the most part.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's probably a multi-off-season project to fix the Royals, though. I don't think this did it again.
Yeah, this will be the first time they lost with Patrick Sandoval on the mound if they don't win. Whatever.
Yeah, it's okay.
I need them to win this game, though, unfortunately, because the panic is going to start to get really fucking annoying.
I feel like there was a nice vibe there for a second, you know?
Oh, there was a great vibe
in the nation.
You could say one of the best vibes.
I'm just going to be quiet for a minute or two. Just kind of let the moment breathe.
I mean, Randy, some motherfucker named Randy just went deep. That's nice. That's a positive thing that could happen. I'm on Coley's side on this. I'd rather face good teams. I mean, it is true. They do kind of play up to their competition.
Never mind.
Yeah. The Globe wrote an article on the Keith Folk firing. Does it have any details? Like, do we know what happened, or? Because I'll tell you right now, I am not a Boston Globe subscriber. I don't fucking know.
No, I'm not going to be able to access that either.
No. Who wrote it? I unfortunately don't pay for that. I bet you T does. Just says 3 words. Keith Folk fired. Well, I'll be damned. That'll do it then, huh?
Alex Bregman went yard. In other words, in other news, 6th homer in his last 25 games. He had 7 homers in his first 92 games this season. So a nice little turnaround here for Bregman as the Cubs overall turn it around.
Shout out to the Cubs, man.
Also updating Yuri Perez, a 1.82 ERA over his last 11 starts.
I love Yuri Perez.
It's after another 7 scoreless tonight. Yep. Yuri Perez and Paul Skeens were sharing a mound tonight, and there is no question who was the more impressive. That pretty much justifies my entire belief in Yuri Perez. I'm going to take a victory lap on that one. I'll thank you very much.
The fat allegations are getting deafening.
It's not good. It's not good. I didn't hear anybody say he wasn't fat coming out of this start. So,
no. There's only one way to defeat the allegations, though.
What is that?
He has to do the ESPN The Body magazine issue.
Oh, I thought you were saying he has to come on the pod.
He can come on the pod and deny the allegations all he wants, but until he whips out his dick, I don't think anyone's gonna feel any type of way. You know, he's got to go dick and balls in print.
Yeah, but that's not where anybody wants him to lose weight, I don't think, right? I mean, I don't care one way or another, really, but
yeah. Okay, so we got the league said it was strictly a baseball decision to the ex-Red Sox reliever being the one to manage. It was really about just the connection he had with the players and finding a coach who was better with a younger team. It's not that deep. Folk, however, was blindsided by the decision. He said he thinks the root of the disconnect was that he was commuting to games in Illinois from his home in Arizona, an arrangement he said the league was aware of. It's just disappointing, Folk said. At the end of the day, I walk with my head held high. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say anything derogatory. I didn't say anything mean to my players, ever. I was always really positive. I think the ownership just kind of had a change of mind on the schedule that we'd agreed upon. I was the manager, but I wasn't going to be able to be there full time. I mean, fair. I mean, it sounds like, and ultimately they didn't think that was a good plan. All right, yeah. So,
I mean, okay then. Like I kind of see both sides here, right?
Sure, yeah.
I can see why Keith Folk may feel like the rug was pulled.
Sure.
I can also feel like, ownership realizing a couple of games in that your manager
doesn't live here.
commuting from half the country away, or might not work out, and maybe it was a bad decision to agree to.
Right, because I would imagine that they're paying for his flights.
Even if not, I can understand maybe realizing that that's just something we shouldn't have agreed to, and or maybe the exact nature of the agreement was different from both sides. Maybe they thought there was a different agreement. That happens too. This feels like not a no harm, no foul, because it feels Keith Folk probably feels like his time was wasted, but nothing nefarious, just good old fashioned business. How do you do?
I mean, Keith had to feel like, man, I am fucking getting away with murder here. I'm managing a team in Illinois. I live in Arizona. They're not making me relocate for this gig.
Listen, I'll be the last person to ever criticize remote work, but that feels a bit pushing the envelope.
Definitely.
If you're a manager of a sports team, it feels like you got to be there.
I wonder if he asked if he could zoom in for a couple of games. like, can I do this remote? Like, can you zoom me into the dugout and I'll give the ladies a pep talk before the game, and then I'll make all the decisions from my couch. Can I do that?
And also, like, I know you said I can zoom in. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be on camera. So like, I'm going to be off. I'm going to be on the call.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm going to be off camera. So I have read ball 4. Yeah. It's been about 20 years maybe now.
Jim Bouton.
I read that one in college. But that was one of the very first, like, I'll call it like adult baseball books that I read when I reignited my passion for baseball and baseball history and stats in college.
He's managing on a 7-second delay. Yeah, that's tough. I definitely see it from both sides. I mean, they agreed to it. They hired him. They knew he lived in Arizona, I would imagine.
IGB, if you're asking me, how much do I enjoy writing? I'll let Jared answer it for himself if he wants, but it has been great. I love that the blog exists. It feels like a much better outlet for the stuff that I want to do than trying to make it work on Twitter, where it often feels just like sending that stuff into the void. So Twitter can be for takes and some occasional nugs and stuff like that I want to get out there in real time. But in terms of digging around and kind of deeper dives and more regular stat work, the blog has been great. And it's really just scratching the surface for the kind of writing I want to do on there. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been a good outlet.
I miss writing. It's very difficult to find the time that I'm used to taking to do it. Like, my days fill up pretty quick now between pods and prep and meetings and having to watch the games, and now shooting videos and editing videos. Yeah, it sucks. I would love to. I mean, I miss being able to just like wake up in the morning and just write a bunch of blogs, and like that was my day.
I mean, I also think not to speak for the business, but at least in terms of where we're at right now, and maximizing people's time and stuff like that. I think you could argue that your time is best spent on, video and your face and those sorts of reactions and the real-time recording of that kind of stuff, in addition to all the pods and of course all the other stuff. And like, I am currently of the belief and would argue that, me putting that time into the blog is a better use of my time than, me recording myself giving a reaction to something that is probably best served somebody else on the staff giving their reaction for. So, we're all trying to do the content that makes sense for us at the time.
You're doing a great job, Jay.
Yeah, you too. Good job.
JA, I
Wow,
would
that's a lot of money. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. But
I would love to write a second book, but I think to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, names would have to be changed. Yeah, I don't even know. I feel like people would be like, no one would believe it. No one would believe it, I don't think. Like if I told the whole story from beginning to right now, people would be like, there's no fucking way.
like your story, you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Shout out Talkspace. This is in reference to when I was a kid. I just want I wasn't allowed to verbally say swears. So like when I first was allowed to use the computer by myself, I typed asshole and my parents found it and they were like, what is this? And I was like, oh, I was writing a book for school. It was called As a Hole, and it is a story from the perspective of a hole in the ground. And they didn't buy it.
Yeah.
They didn't buy it, but
because your parents aren't morons.
Yeah, one of these days though, I'm gonna write As a Whole.
Yeah.
The book, and they're gonna look really stupid when it gets picked up to be a major motion picture.
Yeah, no, that's I'm going to be waiting with bated breath for your BID blogging debut, As a Whole, chapter 1.
As a Whole.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
That is such a kid lie though.
Like, yeah. It's like, you don't get it, guys. Like, we're writing books in school. This is my project I'm working on. It's called As a Whole.
Our teacher wanted us to step outside of ourselves.
And
I stepped into a hole. That's what I did. Yeah.
People don't understand like the appreciation that holes don't get. People just fill them with dirt and then forget about them. And that's where the story really picks up.
E-Wolf asking if we like to party. That's an interesting question.
No.
Not anymore. Not really, no.
No.
Used to love.
Yeah, Jay was a party animal. Some would say in a past life, Jay was the life of the party superlative for the entire company.
Left a lot of myself in college in my 20s, like many of us did.
Yeah.
As a whole. Yeah.
Weekly post.
I was Blaze, you got me wrong there. You got me wrong. That was not me. We did Halo parties were a thing when I was in high school towards the end there. But I did not. I would go over and hang out and kind of fall asleep and hang out while people played. I didn't really like playing Halo, if I'm being honest.
What is a Halo party?
Halo, the video game?
Oh,
that was fucking huge at that time for people my age.
Yeah. I think after this inning, I'm gonna take a pee. Jared could tell the stories about the ex-girlfriends who turned lesbian. A few of them came back. A few of them are with men now. Not all of them, but I would say most of them. I would say most of them at this point. Yeah.
Where was I? John, Anthony, I was in Portland last week. I went to Cuties I don't know if you've been there, but I was very much into the vibe of that place. I brought my whole family in there, and we just sat on a couch and had drinks and food. And yeah, I would go back there in a heartbeat. I've had fancier meals in Portland, but that was it was very hot when we went. And that was great to catch a cocktail and a little snack.
Mm. You think Portnoy in some ways wishes he could work with you because he knows you're the baseball guy, but he just doesn't want to pay your crew probably? No. When we were talking to Barstool in March, he wanted to make it work. He was not the reason why it didn't happen. So he wanted to make it work and was super reasonable about it. Can we get the deleted Pete B in those girls episode? I don't have it. I think if anyone has it, Pete B has it. And I mean, those girls are now like married with like families now. Like that's how long ago that episode was recorded. 11 years ago. Yeah, so like they're like married with children at this point. So I don't think it'll ever see the light of day. Even if I had it, I'm destroying it for sure.
Burial Card, great game.
Have you had any contact with or seen any Hogdale content? I camp in his chat for his stream sometimes. Not like often, but I'll pop in there if it's like a night that we're not streaming or I don't have to do the podcast. I'll pop in there and but usually what happens is like I'll go in his stream in like the second inning, but I don't like to come and go, so like I'll stay there for the whole fucking game. When is Jay Hay coming to a Fenway Friday in the Aura Club? That is a Jay Hay question. He has an open invitation whenever he'd like to come. Unfortunately, I can't be there for the Raffy return, which is a week from this upcoming Friday. I have the Views 2 Fridays in a row, but they're on the road. They're at PNC this upcoming Friday, and then the Friday after is a Fenway Friday, but I will be in the Nesson Studios. The Friday after that is Yankee Stadium, which I do think we're discussing going.
Yep.
The Friday after that is at Oriole Park, Camden Yards. So then the next Fenway Friday again after that would be 9/11, which I do believe is one of the charity games that we're doing.
Well, I'll already be up earlier that week though, right?
Yes, for Section 10 night.
Yeah. Which obviously doesn't preclude another visit, but just saying that. Yeah, I mean, if we do the Yankees game, then that's I guess that wouldn't be Fenway. I mean, I've been to the Aura Club before. I've been up for a Fenway Friday before.
True.
It's always a great time. Always treated exceptionally well by, of course, Jared, but also all of the employees who see that who I'm with and then give me great respect.
They know Justin Havens.
They don't, but they do know
They
Jared.
do.
That's what's important.
Joey, I asked him if he would do Family Feud. He said yes. So that invite's been extended, but again, I don't want to know who or when or why or how. Shout out Ruth. Shout her out.
Yeah.
You guys lose T in NYC. That would be actually dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, imagine putting T on the subway, like where he would end up or what life would become of him. Like, he would end up probably in a borough that he's never heard of before.
We just find him on like, what is that, like City Island
I thought you were saying Craigslist.
Well, geez, yeah.
Yeah, shout out Nicole.
Isn't that where Clance went? City Island. It's like that little nub of a place.
Yes.
Yeah, we'd find him there. He'd just be like, have washed up on shore there.
Oh yeah. He would get on the subway and end up in Japan. I talked to Marty tonight. I think Marty would be good on the feud.
That's influencer Marty Mush that you spoke.
Oh
with?
yeah. Yep. That's MLB All-Star Red Carpet Marty Mush.
Little known fact.
Yeah.
Didn't even win Barstool Idol.
Yeah. That was
People forget
Mantis, right?
It was Mantis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah,
people
Mantis-
don't forget that. But
I feel like Mantis's career has grown infinitely greater outside of Barstool. Like his social presence, like it didn't take off until way after.
I can't tell whether it is still taken off. And that's not a slight. Like I just genuinely don't know whether, because I see it like he goes like mega viral every now and then.
On like TikTok, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the Barstool thing didn't really click there.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I don't have any personal relationship with him, but wish him nothing but the best.
Let me see. Instagram, 160K on Instagram. Okay.
Okay. That's real juice then.
Yep. TikTok. I feel like it's got to be big on TikTok. What is his handle?
Yeah, Hubs will do the feud. I've already talked to him about it. We had a run of Barstool or Barstool affiliated people, so I was just trying to break that up a little bit, which is why Hubs hasn't come on. But
230K on TikTok. That's big.
Okay, so he is doing fine for himself.
He's doing fine.
He's doing exceptionally well on platforms that I spend very little time on, which would be the explanation for why I didn't know what was going on.
Oh. His YouTube, 291K subscribers.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, congrats to Mantis.
I mean, it looks like he just had like one mega viral video because the views are modest, but the subs are impressive. He was very nice. Will Hubs make the feud? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in active touch with Hubs, so he's very enthusiastic about joining. As I said, I was just trying to break up the run of stool people. That's all.
You know who would also be great at the feud? Bob Fox.
I don't really have a relationship with Robbie. So if you want to pass his contact info along, although I think we might follow each other on Twitter, I could probably just DM him and see if he responds.
He knows who the fuck you are, Jay. He knows you.
Yeah, that is another good one. He's got some interests that would be fun to to prod on for feud, I feel like, and align nicely with, obviously you guys have done a lot of content together before, so got some interest that align. That could be fun.
Yeah. I love them.
Yes. Always incredibly pleasant whenever I interacted with them at the office. Dave on the feud would be a generational watch. I don't feel comfortable asking Dave to join the feud, so that won't be me. But
I can do that.
I also don't have any relationship at all with Kirk. So I don't.
I talked to Kirk this morning.
Ellie Schnitt on feud again.
I
Somebody who I did not have a relationship with there, so I don't. What is she doing? Is she just kind of on the internet now?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to Ellie in probably 2 years.
Ever for me, never. Who was the biggest prick at Barstool?
Yeah, I mean, like there was no like incident to lead to us not speaking again. It's kind of just we just live two wildly different lives at this point.
Yes, I definitely would consider doing a Patreon member in the feud during the off season or lockout. That's not the first time that has been mentioned. So definitely an off season thing, but something I've wanted to do, and I think we will do at some point. Martha on the feud. Yeah.
Legitimately speaking, Jay Hay, you could make the case that Ellie Schnitt broadcasted a big league ball game to more viewers than Dallas Braden ever has.
It's sobering when things like that happen, right?
I think that's a fact.
Might be. I don't recall the numbers that famous broadcast of hers did, but
I mean, millions, like legitimately millions.
Well, yeah, I'd have to go back. We'd have to go back and look at some of Dallas's ESPN broadcasts, I guess, would be the ones you'd put up against that. I don't recall.
But wasn't he just kind of like the weird sideline guy? Like he wasn't like on the call?
No, he did calls. There were some of those were 3-man booths, but and sometimes ESPN went through a phase where they were going heavy on the gimmick stuff too. So like some of the time that Dallas was placed in like unconventional spots with the broadcast was not really as a sideline person. It was more as the second or third person in the booth who just happened to be in the outfield or whatever. So that was just kind of the approach ESPN was taking with their game broadcast at that point, kind of outside the box shit. But yeah, that Ellie called a baseball game, quote unquote, to so many people is, it's definitely something.
It's a commercial.
I mean, again, not to limit her, and I also don't know what she's doing. That could end up being the highlight of her career too.
I think there's a strong chance that that'll be the most viewed thing that she does on the internet. Like if I were to guess how many like total views across all platforms that stream did, like if you include all the clips that came from it, it has to be like 20 million more, maybe.
That's like the sort of numbers that our Orion Kirkering stream reaction did last year. Bob Kendrick on the feud.
How did that punishment come to be again? So that was, I think, game 3. For game 2, we were streaming at the office, and they as in I think the company got Chinese food catered, and the Yankee guys made plates of Chinese food for themselves. And after the game was over, I want to say the Yankees had like a big, it wasn't like a walk-off win because they were in Houston, but it was like a dramatic late whatever win. And they left the food there. They left the trays of food. They left their plates of food. There was just food everywhere. And I didn't have any of the food. I brought a sub from the corner and I ate it at my desk and I threw it away when I was done. But because I was there, I was the first person that got yelled at for some reason. Like the email the next morning from Erica was like addressed. It was like Jared and Yankee guys. And I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I was just there doing my job. So then the punishment was that we couldn't watch the game. And originally it was supposed to be, I think White Sox Dave was supposed to call it, but his flight got delayed. So then Dave pivoted to, and I think the crazy part of the story is that this was Coley's idea. Like Coley thought of the punishment and Dave was like, perfect. And I was part of the punishment for no reason at all. I stand by that. 7 years later, I didn't do anything. I was just there to do my job. And I remember being actually furious. Like when I was told that I was part of the punishment, I remember like storming out of the office and slamming the fucking door that goes to the stairwell, because I was like, if I don't leave right now, I'm going to say something regrettable to Dave or to someone. So I left the office, and I mean, it wasn't a matter of I agreed to do the stream. I didn't have a choice. I guess I could have just not shown up, but that would have been crazy. So I went through with it, and it ended up being one of the probably Mount Rushmore pieces of content that I did in my whole Barstool career was that punishment stream. But yeah, the Altuve walk-off wasn't that game. I think the Ellie stream was game 3, and then Altuve was what, game 6? That's not right. Yeah, game 6. Good times. I mean, bad times, but bad times that became good times.
Good times, bad times, good times, but bad times, good times.
Yeah. Like I remember, I might still have it in my notes app in my phone. I wrote out this whole, not like a script, but kind of like a video idea that I was going to do to like eviscerate Dave for making me do that. It was like a wrestling promo from 2011, but I was going to rewrite it and make it about Dave. It didn't happen.
Come on, guards. Keep fighting.
The Red Sox are going to lose again. They're going to lose again.
God damn it. Guardians are so fucking shitty.
Where is spraying hubs with the hose on the Mount Rushmore? I mean, that video, like it's not just the hose video, it's the whole video. We did a video going to every game of the 4-game sweep, and it just gets progressively worse. Like that video is one of my favorite ever. That was one of my favorite ever. But like Barstool, like pieces of content, Mount Rushmore, I don't know. There are a lot of great ones. There are a lot of great ones. I was a part of the Liz Gonzalez Frankie mansplaining video. I was in that one. The Altuve Chapman walk off was probably my number one. Didn't realize it in the moment, but that was probably my number one now looking back.
I'm gonna say it. Liz Gonzalez was some of the worst content I've ever seen in my fucking life.
But also the best.
I guess, man. Yeah. I mean, I know what you're saying. Yeah, but oof.
Yeah. Spikes Up Tour was great. Was it a Punk promo? Yes, it was. It was the Money in the Bank 2011 promo. I'm trying, but really want to cuss them out online for being frauds. I'm holding it in, but my butt is severely hurt, especially because we had Cease beat. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really I don't know how I feel, Jay. If they lose this game and then it becomes 4 straight, I'm still obviously not panicking because at this point I'm just looking at playoff odds.
Right.
It would be nice to host the wild card. If they end up losing 7 straight and it goes into like this full tailspin, it's going to take a lot to move me. The same way that it took a lot to move me in the positive direction, now it's going to take a lot to move me in the negative direction. Like a 5-game losing streak in mid-August is not going to be, oh man, season's over. It's like, no.
I'm kind of just fascinated by where your guys' heads are at as it relates to expectations for the season overall, because I feel like we're in this weird spot now where the team got so good so fast that like salvaging the season and playing meaningful baseball down the stretch and maybe making the postseason like became not enough. And
not to me.
Right. So, which is crazy a little bit. It's crazy and not. It's crazy given where this team was for a good chunk of the season. It's also not crazy given what the baseline expectations are and should be for the Red Sox, putting the start aside. But I do wonder, like, you know, as we were talking about gearing up for the postseason earlier today and stuff like that, like assuming they do make it, you know, what is the threshold for a successful season at this point?
Winning a playoff series. Like, I think like right now, if it ends up being Red Sox Yankees again in the wild card, then sure, like just beat them.
Yeah.
Because right now, that's what it would be, right? No.
I have not. I don't know, honestly.
If they're the top wild card and we're the 2, isn't it like yeah. Right? Yeah.
I'm pulling up the standings. Sorry.
So like the Rays, if the Rays have the best record in the AL, they would play. No. How the fuck does it work? The best. The top 2 teams, so the worst division winner would get the 3rd wild card.
So the 2 wild card teams and the worst division winner and the other wild card team would all play in the first round, right?
Yeah. So the top 2 teams would get a bye.
Yep.
The Astros are the worst division winner, so they would play.
Yep.
The 3rd wild card.
Yep.
And then the 1 wild card and the 2 wild card play each other.
Yeah.
So that would be the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, can they pass them and host it?
Right.
It's very reminiscent of 2021 where I didn't have high, like, you know, it was a fun year and all, but I didn't have high hopes for the Red Sox to do anything that playoff run. For me, I just wanted to eliminate the Yankees that year, and then they did. And then they beat the Rays, and they probably should have beaten the Astros in the ALCS if it weren't for Laz Diaz, but that's kind of, to me, what this season is shaping up to be.
Yeah.
It's found money, getting into the playoffs, redeeming yourself for, they should have swept the Yankees last year. If Jarren Duran catches a fucking fly ball in left field, you sweep them, but you didn't. And then that created, it's Jarren Duran's fault that the Cam Schlittler lore started in October, because he never would even gotten a fucking start. I don't think that this is they could be a get to the World Series team. Sure. But if they win the World Series, how they'll be remembered is not remember that World Series run in 26 when the Red Sox did X, Y, and Z. It's going to be like, oh man, what they did. How did they do that? It'll be like, oh yeah, there really is parity in baseball. It'll the Red Sox winning the World Series this year would be the argument against the Dodgers ruining baseball. It's look at how fucking awful the Red Sox were in 2026, and they still won the World Series. So stop complaining about the Dodgers. Before the season, you had them winning the division. Now it's playing with house money. Bitch, I had the Blue Jays winning the division.
Yeah, I had the Yankees. So even if you're talking to me, that's also wrong. But
yeah,
probably talking to Jared, but just for clarity.
Yeah, I did not have them winning the division. What wild card teams I have them as?
Man, I know we've talked about it probably enough, but that the Mariners are also so fucking lackluster. In the Blue Jays thing's well covered, but the Mariners is just I think people assume that the Blue Jays were dead in the water because obviously the Rays and Yankees, and to a lesser extent now the Red Sox have made it so, but it felt like the Mariners were eventually just going to figure it out on a level that was sufficient to win the division.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't, yeah. It just really feels like all postseasons are special moments in time, of course, but that ALCS last season is increasingly feeling like a very isolated, crystallized moment in time, because it feels like the Blue Jays and Mariners are both light years away from ever getting back to an ALCS right now. Things change.
Jesus. If I got smoked off the kneecap, I think I would actually cry. I have no meat there. None. That's just straight bone.
I mean, the Cal Raleigh drop-off is almost so large as to be, I'm not going to say not fun to look at, but it's I'm just still not convinced that he's not just damaged health-wise in some way. And I'm not speaking for him or whatever, but this level of drop-off just being performance related doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. If he had gone back to a level that was his pre-2026 level of performance, that would not have been surprising in any way whatsoever. I'm pulling up his page. In the 3 seasons prior to, I meant pre-2025. In the 3 seasons prior to 2025, as he had established himself as a regular player, he put up a 760 OPS and a 117 OPS plus. If he had gone back to that would have been jarring, but also I don't think completely crazy. You would have just been he had his crazy outlier season and now he's back to being, the 4th or 5th best catcher in baseball instead of easily the best catcher. He has a 65 OPS plus this year. It is a 571 OPS, and it's in 359 plate appearances. So it's not going to be a full season, but it's also not going to be some just amount that you just put in the garbage can and say there's nothing here. Like it is going to be a 400 point drop in OPS almost. And I almost don't know what you do with that, because to me, and this is the subjective thing now, like to me, the fun things to look at are when it's a drop off or an uptick, but it's within the range of things where you can like assign it to one or two changes or improvements or something like that. If you drop off by 400 points of OPS, the explanation more often than not is everything. Like everything is wrong. And to me, like that's not fun, because then you have to be like, well, is his wrist like what is wrong with the person? And I can never know that. Jared can never know that. We need to be told that information. So I don't know, man. Like I've sort of stayed away from the Cal Raleigh thing a little bit, because it is like, oh, what's wrong with Cal Raleigh? Well, like, how about anything you can name is wrong with Cal Raleigh? So yeah, it's historic. It's ridiculous. I maybe at the end of the year, I'll look at if there's ever been a drop of 100 points in OPS plus, because that's what he's at right now, 168 to 65. It's almost impossible, feels like. Austin Riley. So Austin Riley looks broken, but Austin Riley's downturn was a multi-year thing that had been identified well prior to this season. We had talked about it on the pod. Like, we are a half decade almost removed from that really standout 2022 season. And, you know, even if you want to look at 23, like a 130 OPS plus, like you take that as your prime, that delivers on the contract. We are just a far cry removed from that. And we're now at a point where since the start of 24, we're at almost 1,400 plate appearances of a 727 OPS and a 101 OPS plus. So 3 seasons of being a league average bat. I don't really think Austin Riley is an impact player. I don't have really much faith at all that he's going to rediscover his form. It was his version of being an impact player was my least favorite, if I'm being totally honest with you, which is entirely too dependent on power and not enough on all the other stuff, because as we've seen, when the power goes, there's just not the base that he is working with is just not sufficient to support a player that you want in the lineup regularly. And they banked on him. They gave him a lot of money, and it's not working out. And I don't feel like there's a whole lot of examples of players getting worse over their age 27, 28, 29 seasons and then becoming a better player over their age 30 season. There are examples of that. It's not something that you would ever want to bet on. I mean, listen, if he lost his hitting coach, if the guy died, I'm sorry about that. Like, I'm not trying to be flippant, but like losing your hitting coach to me is just not a sufficient explanation for just getting worse every year. When you are on a $175 million or a $200 million contract. I forget Austin Riley's exact number, but it's in that ballpark. Like you cannot be entirely a product of a hitting coach.
I'll be RB.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Well, we've got a little window here. It's just the J Hay hour. What do we got? Throw some questions out there. Hey, paging Dr. Crush. Thank you for saying that. We like streaming. I look forward to doing it. It's nice to be here with you guys and gals and everybody else. Who will be a bigger impact player down the stretch, Roman or Adley? I am a bigger fan of Roman Anthony as a baseball player than I am of Adley Rutschman. I think I have to default to Adley because if he's going to be the regular catcher, it's hard to be in that position and not be more impactful, especially with the jump start that he has on actually getting into the lineup. So that would be my answer there. Any good Tim stories? I'd rather save that stuff for when Tim joins the pod because I feel like it always just, I'll say devolves into story time, but it really evolves into story time. And doing Tim stories is just so much better when Tim is present for them. So I'm going to save those. I'll reiterate that there's just nobody in the game that I enjoy talking to or being around more in my experience than Tim, and getting to being invited to being, on the list of people that was asked to go or shown interest in going to his Hall of Fame experience when he got inducted is one of the great honors of my baseball career, and just a very cool thing. Obviously, I had nothing to do with his Hall of Fame career or the actual experience up there, but being there for the meal and getting to sit there with Tim and see him bask in his moment a little bit, even though Tim's very sheepish about that kind of stuff, was super cool. So that's not a funny Tim Kirkjian story, but just seeing a little bit of his moment up in Cooperstown was cool. And obviously the bus there and back is, good time to catch up with old friends and stuff like that. Better chance at playoffs, Tigers or Rangers. I don't know what the math says offhand. I don't remember. I would say I have marginally more faith in the Tigers' ability to do damage than the Rangers, but not much. PJC, thank you for loving JTN. We love you. The Jays are on a heater post deadline. Is there meat on that bone or a total fluke? I mean, this is a bit of a cop out answer, but I feel like I feel like at least particularly in the AL, it's a product of the environment that's been created. Like any of these teams, with a few exceptions, are good enough to get on like something of a run. And I feel like the separation, even like the teams that are bad this season and the teams that are good this season, like I don't think there's actually an enormous amount of separation between those two teams. Like, the Blue Jays, for example, are considered an enormous disappointment this year. The White Sox are considered a pretty enormous success. The difference between those two teams in the standings is 5 games, give or take, which is not nothing, of course, but it is not the sort of gap that I think would typically exist between teams that have the perception of those two teams this season. So I don't think it's a fluke that the Blue Jays have played better since then. I also don't think it's necessarily like, it's not super meaningful to me because the hole that they've dug in. But again, if you told me that next season the Jays, are a strong wild card contender or competing at or near the top of the division for large chunks of next season, that would not blow me away, because I think, again, with a few exceptions in the league, and they mostly exist in the NL, or maybe entirely exist in the NL right now, there's just not much beyond mediocrity. So that creates a lot of ability to be fluid from season to season in the standings. I have no new thoughts about the looming work stoppage. And in fact, I've intentionally tried to not think about it, because there will be so much time to think about it that I will even if I don't give it one thought until the season ends, that amount of time from the season ending until whenever will provide me with more than enough time to think about baseball not being played. So I'm not trying to be totally head in the sand about it, but I'm not paying a lot of attention to reports. I'm not paying a lot of attention to doom and gloom, because if baseball's not played, I'll have plenty of time to be sad about that when it's not being played. Why is Julio so mid? This is a tricky conversation because are you signaling to me?
No, I was waving goodbye
Oh.
to Ace. He's leaving.
Oh, okay. Julio's a tricky one, right? Because he's simultaneously like wildly productive for somebody his age, by, certainly the advanced metrics, like wins above replacement will tell you that he's produced something along the lines of 25 wins above replacement through his age 25 season, which I didn't run the list before starting to answer the question, but that's big. That's not nothing. And he in terms of counting stats, 130 homers, 130 stolen bases through your age 25 season. I'm going to guess off the cuff, the number of people who have done that through age 25 is somewhere in the teens. So Cubs win. So I have gone down the path of being critical for Julio, and I never really get there with full confidence because it's such a broad base of skills that even if it's never fully realized like what we want him to be, he's still so good. But I definitely do feel you on the idea that we were told that he was something more than what we've seen offensively. Like basically it was that first season where he was the guy that everybody thought it was 40 homer power was what I was told about Julio Rodriguez coming up. It was, generational stuff. That word was definitely tossed around, and, that his best season to date, at least qualitatively, is his first year at age 21. That does leave you wanting something for sure. And if you look at just since the start of 24, it's a 120 OPS plus, it's a 762 OPS, raw OPS. So yeah, if he's just a good offensive player who is, a very good to great center fielder, he may make the Hall of Fame on that path. But I feel you that there was talk of 35, 40 homers, 850, 875, 900 OPS year in and year out. And we're not getting that right now. And people were very quick. Julio defenders who are obviously rabid because he's, the best player on a team and 25 years old. When he got off to the slow start, we're very quick to note that he does his best work in the second half. And that to me has always been a very, very tricky thing to base any predictive stuff on, because I don't really think that has much predictive value. I don't think that players are like inherently built to perform that way over long periods of time. I think that's something that's more likely to come out in the wash over a long career. And I think that's closer to what we're seeing with Julio, where you can't just bank on turning it around in the second half, with the caveat that he's still got time. Yes, the Brewers, of course, have a chance at the World Series. Yep. I won't listen to anybody who says that they don't have a chance. Shout out Brian Giles. Good point by Travis. We are at 9:53 and had not shouted him out yet. Good call. Who would I rather have, Peyton Tolley or Yuri Perez? Oof. I'm gonna table that one for a second. Pretty excited about what I'm seeing with both guys right now. I feel like I have to take Yuri because I've sort of planted my flag there, but that's going to come off as anti Peyton Tolley, and I don't have any interest in doing that either because I've been excited about that. So tough question. Catching up on the chat. Sorry. Joe asked, Gundy asked, favorite meals I cook for the fam. It's a great question, man. We got a lot of bangers in this house. I do fire quesadillas, chicken, pepper, onion, primarily quesadillas. We do enchiladas. We do sloppy joes. We do chicken Caesar wraps. We do bulgogi. We do cheesesteaks. We do smash burgers. We do steak Caesar salads as well. Steak and mashed potatoes. We do chicken cutlets, both kind of marinara style with pasta, as well as chicken cutlet sandwiches. I know. I always find the dumbest things to talk about when the Red Sox are losing or wrapping up a loss. It's like a talent, really. Sage, I'll give that a little bit of thought. I need to think about that for a second. Like this is not the answer to your question, but like I'm old enough to, I remember when we went to the winter meetings with Baseball Tonight, we were doing shows and we would just kind of sit there and wait for breaking news. And that was kind of like at the beginning. That's why the winter meetings was my favorite thing that we did, because there was just like, you were just waiting for this news to break, and social media was still so new, and like you were constantly refreshing this thing called Twitter or whatever. And it was like just very, very exciting at the time. But I remember when Albert Pujols, the news broke that he was signing with the Angels, and that was a huge fucking deal. And like delivering that news on TV was still kind of like a big thing, or felt like a big thing at least. So that is definitely not the coolest thing that I've covered, but it is something that I think about from time to time, where it feels like both a dated thing because the entire Pujols contract has come and gone, but also just like, Albert Pujols signing that contract was a big fucking deal at the time, and to have been in a position to go live. And then I believe we got his agent on the show later that day. So, what did you say? What was the tweet?
It was a great tweet.
Oh, wow. That's what people are saying. So
yeah, the reviews are in. I said the one thing that is painfully missing right now, more than at any other point this season, is Garrett Crochet. When the Red Sox got on skids like these last year, he'd stop the bleeding immediately. Not that pitching is the problem, but Crochet Day just felt different. If I had more characters to expand, I would have said something along the lines of like, the lineup got juiced for Crochet Day. Like, it's like the offense is the problem right now. They're not scoring enough runs. It's not the pitching's fault. But like, if Crochet was on the mound tomorrow after 4 straight losses and he goes out there and goes 8 shut with 11 strikeouts, like the lineup would be like, fuck yeah, like Crochet is on the mound. They'd score 7 runs because they're gassed up.
I mean, the recent news on him was decent, right?
Yes, like he's throwing, but like, yeah, best case scenario, he's probably like a postseason reliever or like an opener, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Meta World Peace is crushing Jay. You want to hear some of these fucking numbers out here?
Yeah, what's up?
People be knocking Facebook these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since I started posting on there, which was 16 days ago, 1.5 million views.
Wow.
Jerry Meta World Peace, man. 1.5 million.
Whole new generation of people being introduced.
I was talking to Jay Real earlier.
Yeah.
And I was like, I kind of just want to make Facebook specific content and just like lean into how crazy it is over there. Just like start debates and fights over there. That's what they like to. That's what Facebook's for. They like to fight.
Yeah. What kind of inflammatory stuff are you thinking about?
I mean, you can really just like spark debate and then just leave it to the people.
Yeah. Huh. Wow, 10 o'clock, huh?
Yeah, Jose asked which game to pivot to, and I said Padres, Blue Jays, and Padres, Brewers. Unless you object.
No, that's good by me. Good by me. The only thing I'll call out is that it seems like we're doing a late slate, which was what I was assuming. But if we are, we should keep an eye on that Dodgers game as well, because that's Blake Snell's, I believe, first game since May, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Reds and White Sox are tied at 4 in the 8th.
Oh, you just got a new follower on Facebook too. It's me, Baxter said. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, I'm ripping takes on Facebook, man. All right. Brewers, Padres, and give me Dodgers, Royals. Oh yeah.
You should start like for real Facebook engage. I mean, start using words like bootstraps and avocado toast, and yeah, that kills with the Facebook crowd.
Yep. How badly do you want Kyle Harrison on the Red Sox? I mean, it would be nice, but like the Red Sox have the best pitching staff in baseball, so I'm not like, damn it. I mean, if you don't have Kyle Harrison, you don't have fucking Durbin, you don't have Andrew Monasterio, you don't have Anthony Siegler. So like, you guys can have Kyle Harrison. Like, what the fuck would we do without those guys? I know we're not talking about all-stars here, but like, objectively speaking, the Red Sox don't turn their season around without those 3 guys. And it took Zilifatu. What do you mean? It's Tuesday. Thank you, Cam.
Thanks, Cam.
Where the fuck is Zilifatu on a Tuesday? Oh, he's in NXT. Okay. That's cool. I mean, yeah, I guess people would probably be a little like enough with the bloodline if he immediately debuted on the main roster, but you know what? I don't even. I take no offense. I have many friends that are Blue Jays fans. I was actually on Toronto radio this morning talking about it. I mean, they're always good to me. They're always good to me. Any tips on starting a podcast? Honestly, just do it. Don't worry about growing an audience at first because you're gonna want to get comfortable talking on a camera and into a microphone over and over and over again. Like if you go back and listen to the early Section 10 episodes, like awkward, my voice sounds different, no confidence. Just get comfortable doing the reps first. Why are we nervous? There's absolutely nothing to be nervous about. It's a bad stretch. It happens. Good teams go through bad stretches. We're in one. It's the dog days of summer. The Red Sox right now, postseason odds 94.3%.
That's really high and probably too high to be getting nervous, right?
Yes. 94.3% playoff odds. Yeah. Like right now, I get it. You want to pass the Yankees. I want to pass the Yankees. I want to host the wild card round. I want to do that this year. That's my goal. But if that doesn't happen, get in, just beat them anyway. Why did I get rid of the accent? I was doing TV with Felger. It was like my first ever, like, I guess it wasn't my first time doing TV, but it was like my first time, I guess. It felt different. Like I was doing like Channel 6. Like and they were like 2-minute hits. And then I started doing like NBC Sports Boston with Felger, and he's like the final boss of the Boston sports media. And my accent, I think, made me sound stupid. I didn't like how it came off. Like I sounded like I didn't belong. And I didn't like make a conscious, I guess I don't know. I don't know. Are we going to get Jerry Blogs on B-Eddie at some point? Yes. It's really just a timing thing. Like I'll wake up at 7 and then like I'm already like from like 7 to 8:30, I'm like scheduling posts. Got to take Ace out, go get a coffee, come back, start prepping for a pod if there's a pod. There's videos. There's a lot going on. I would say if I'm going to blog, it would be like, because it just sucks that they have to be like think pieces almost. My style of blogging before was like something would happen and then I'd immediately blog it. I just don't know that I have the time to do that mostly. How much do you prep for both pods? More for BID because you got to be on top of the whole league. Honestly, a lot of my prep is just dicking around with the settings on True Media, just like setting different date ranges and be like, oh, like this guy's doing good. I didn't realize that. Sitting up here, just watching games every night so that I'm familiar with the rosters and admittedly, like once it gets to a certain point in the season, I'll focus more on teams that I think are making the playoffs because by the time we're doing postseason streams, I don't want to have to like be like, who the fuck's this guy? You know, like especially bullpens. You know, like I feel like the good teams are 2 to 3, sometimes 4 guys deep in a bullpen. Like I want to know who that 4th guy is. So it's like, all right, Team X versus Team Y in the division series, and they call for this dude, and it's the 4th inning, and it's like, it's the 4th inning. This guy can't be that good, and he's like their fucking setup man who's unbelievable. Like you want to know who that guy is. Ito, missed you all night. I feel like you're a regular in the chat. But like Section 10, Section 10, the prep is watching every single pitch of every single game. Yeah, shout out to Blue Jays fans. That was fun last October. That was a fun ride. Yep, Yankees win. Red Sox lose another game. They're 3 games back now after being half a game back. Do you think the Angels had a productive trade deadline?
Yes and no, I guess, is my cop-out answer there. I would say that
Not trading Detmers was a myth.
yeah, I mean, this is always a tough one to litigate because there's an opacity here. There is a gap in information. I don't know what offers were actually made for a Reed Detmers or a Zach Neto, but in theory, I was pretty clear that I thought the Angels should be aggressively selling and picking that direction for the first time in really years. I think they did pretty well in the deals that they did execute. I just don't think that they just weren't the bigger ticket items that I would have liked to have seen them do, I guess. But yeah, trading Jose Soriano, trading Zephyr, trading Adele, trading, the bit pieces that they did. I think all of those deals made sense. And I was hoping for a larger infusion of talent into the system because I'm not a Neto guy, I guess, which doesn't mean I think he sucks. I just think if there's a consensus on Zach Neto, I'm probably a little bit below what that is. Loiza's is pretty low. I've looked at
I'm
this
gonna say
before.
10.2.
Yeah, it's like a large percentage of his career WAR came in the Loiza season. I'll say, what did you say?
10.2.
I'll say 9-1. Let's see. Oh, we're both way short. 23.
Oh. Okay. What was his peak WAR season? The White Sox?
Yeah, the 2003 Cy Young runner-up campaign.
I'm on TV.
7.2 wins above replacement. So you got a third of his career WAR from that season. B War remembers some of his seasons fairly fondly, despite a real lack of impressive stats. Like he gets multiple 3-win seasons from years that are basically four ERA campaigns. But 23 was the answer. Favorite memory of working with the Kane County Cougars. Well, so just to be clear, it's the Kane County Chronicle is the newspaper. The Cougars are obviously the minor league club.
Another BIB for me. BRB.
Yeah. I just loved, to be honest, the other assignments that I got for the Chronicle as, you know, a stringer coming right out of college basically were like, you know, high school volleyball and stuff like that. And that was fine. But it did not excite me. But, you know, getting to go to the minor league park and sit in a real press box and, you know, maybe have a cheese pretzel or something and write a game story and all that kind of stuff and go back to the office and file it and things like that. It was kind of cool. I'm romanticizing it a little bit because there were plenty of times where I wanted to get back and file the game story and then go party with my friends. And that's what I was really more focused on, if I'm being honest. But for what it was, getting to do the baseball games was great. I saw Henry Rodriguez, the future flamethrower for the Nationals, who, you know, flamed out. But I do remember seeing him, and, you know, the fact that he threw 100 miles an hour and 99 miles an hour was a big fucking deal at the time, even though he had no idea where he was going. But that was fun, man. My friends and I rented out the hot tub at the Kane County Cougars game, which, I mean, fucking, I hope they don't do it anymore, but I would never do that now, for health reasons. Feels very much like a pre-COVID kind of move, but yeah, we rented that out, and we were not old enough to, if you rented it out, like the deal was at the time that they would give you like a 12 pack of beer or something like that. We were not old enough. So I think we got like soda or something, but that was fun. We snuck the booze in. Yeah. Kane County Chronicle, stringer. Long time ago, man. Lifetime ago, almost 20 years. It's good to remember where you came from, though. Shout out Jay Schwab, editor. Hey, no problem. Thanks for the question. I don't feel confident the Padres make the playoffs. They're trending in the right direction, though. I feel more confident than I did the last time we talked about it. I think they've added 10 percentage points in their playoff odds since the last time I was asked something about the Padres, which was like a week ago. So that's pretty good. Favorite Red Sox of all time? It's a tough one. I mean, I loved watching when he wasn't facing Cleveland. I loved watching Pedro, of course. I was always frustrated that he seemed to not be able to get over the hump against the Yankees specifically. I was definitely on the Red Sox side of that. So I was always pulling for Pedro on some level. Even though Manny left Cleveland, you know, it was hard to hate Manny and his swing and everything. I don't need to explain to largely Red Sox chat. Loved watching everything about Manny and him hitting. And he remained a favorite of mine even after leaving Cleveland. I wouldn't say he's my favorite, but I definitely had a great appreciation for what I was witnessing with David Ortiz at his peak, and was fortunate enough to be in both St. Louis and Boston for the 2013 World Series. So, you know, kind of got a firsthand. I mean, I was working, so I'm not just sitting there watching the games, but I am watching, you know, the games for taking in what's happening. But what he delivered in that World Series is still when I think about the craziest things that I've researched or that I got to do during the Baseball Tonight era, like that World Series is not on my short list necessarily. I have fond memories of it, but like it's not my favorite thing, not my favorite World Series, not my favorite one of them. But I do vividly remember researching and looking up what David Ortiz was doing as it happened and just being like, it is literally Babe Ruth or like Lou Gehrig and David Ortiz. And that's the kind of stuff that we were seeing in the World Series. And it was just very, very cool. And there, as a lot of you guys know, there was something extremely unexpected about that 2013 team. And even while being there at the World Series, you're like, man, the Red Sox are going to win the fucking World Series this year. Especially, after having just so recently done it, it did feel like found money in a way, to me at the time, at least as an uninvested fan. Although I do remember it ended in Boston, which meant I got to drive home, which was just a fucking blessing with the way that the baseball season used to work over at BBTN. I don't know about the salary cap. Yeah, I will say no. If we ended up in a place where it's a de facto one, like in the NBA, that wouldn't shock me, disappoint me. Wouldn't shock me, I guess. Nothing would shock me, I guess. Best hate watch, like sports wise or like TV show that I like. What are we talking about there? I'll answer the question, but I just, a little clarity. Favorite player on the 90s teams growing up. Early, it was Carlos Baerga. Quickly after that, it was, Lofton. My grandparents got me Kenny Lofton's autograph. So, that was an early one. Tommy, Manny. I was a huge fan of Omar Vizquel at the time, obviously, not doing stuff with Omar at this point, but, that was my heyday. So I know those are like the stars, but those were also my favorite players as kids. So, and also, like, truth be told, Cleveland didn't really have players who weren't stars. So, I love Sandy Alomar. Sandy Alomar was also making all-star teams. So, best hate watch in sports. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I don't know that I don't think I have a hate watch in baseball anymore. I think that's kind of been worked out of me. When I was a kid, it was the Yankees, but that's just like, I just don't feel anything like that for the Yankees anymore. And as I've explained before, my in-laws are Yankees fans, so I don't feel anything like that anymore. But I will say, in terms of upcoming hate watches, I am extremely excited to watch the New York Football Giants fucking suck this year. I cannot wait for that. Football is absolutely still a sport where I consume it primarily as a brain off fan. Not like I'm not yelling at the screen sort of thing. I'm not tailgating. I'm just, but I'm not sitting there. I'm not sitting there consuming it like I do baseball or even basketball. And I am very excited to root against the Giants. I'm like slightly an Eagles fan, like sort of. A lot of my best friends are Eagles fans. I like to see them do well, but mostly this is just about rooting against what the Giants stand for on every single level of their organization. Ownership, Epstein files, coach. I think Harbaugh is about to be, and that clip went around. So this is not, this is a more dated take than I think it would have been a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. I think Harbaugh is going to fall flat on his face. I think he's going to be exposed as something of a fraud. I think they are going to be bad. And I think he's a douchebag. Jackson Dart, I think I'm not like rooting against a person who's, 17 years younger than me or whatever he is, but like, not rooting for him necessarily. I just think there's lots of elements of the Giants to root against, and I'm excited to see them do badly. No, 76ers hate watch. I mean, no. That's the wrong take. It's the wrong take. Underrated baseball city from my time traveling with ESPN. Yeah, I don't really travel anymore, so it's good that I did a lot of travel for a long time though. Underrated. I don't know that it's underrated anymore, but I enjoyed my trips to Kansas City. Enjoy my trips to Kansas City. You get the barbecue, which everybody knows about, but I just found that area where we stayed, which is obviously not directly near the ballpark because the ballpark's just off the highway, which kind of fucking sucks. But where we actually stayed, I found was, nice and accessible, and you could walk around outside without feeling weird or whatever. And it was actually quite attractive. There's structures and parks and stuff that you could walk to. I just, I've got some nice personal memories in Kansas City about, trajectory of my life sort of things and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Kansas City would probably be my number one answer to that question. Do I ever get tired of watching baseball? Not really. When I get little breaks, I don't not enjoy doing other stuff, but I don't ever the number of times where I feel like I must get away from baseball for a little bit are few and far between. And I used to get burned out from the season to the point where I would need to like decompress and not read baseball stuff or digest baseball content or stuff like back when I worked at ESPN or whatever. I don't really get that way anymore. There might be a couple of days or maybe a week max after the season where I'm like, whatever. But now it's very much just like right back into it and just kind of keep going with it. So yeah, I don't really get burned out about it. It's just such a blessing and like kind of a low stakes thing to cover in the scheme of everything you could do with your life that I just don't feel like getting burned out makes a lot of sense. Getting burned out on work is one thing in general, but getting burned out specifically on watching and covering baseball is not something that really registers for me anymore, which is good, I think.
I think it's helpful that like you're not heavily emotionally invested in the Guardians.
100% yes.
Like when the Red Sox were the worst team in baseball, like I get burnt out on baseball because I'm like, I can't, like the Red Sox are killing me. I get no enjoyment from watching my favorite team. And then like I turn on someone else's favorite team and I'm like, man, this would be nice if the Red Sox played like this. Like I can't escape that.
There's no question. It's a very valid point and probably the first thing I should have said, actually, because it does define how I'm consuming the season every single day. And if Cleveland is, I've also been blessed where, like Jared's right, that my Cleveland fandom is paltry compared to the fandoms of everybody else who's involved in this project here for us and their respective teams. But I've also been blessed that basically my entire professional career, Cleveland has fielded competent at worst baseball teams. Like there's really been no stretch where they've been bad for an extended period of time. So I always have a team that's like roughly in the mix on this. And that's one thing. And then I get to pay attention to the whole league as well. And if, I'm watching something that I was excited about in the league and it's not going the way that I wanted to, like, let's say Paul Skeens and my expectations there, like you just hop over to something else and you digest Mizorowski. Oh, hey, speaking of things not going the way we wanted.
I'm busy. You guys know I'm busy. I didn't get the scores of all the games today. I know the Red Sox they hadn't done well their last couple games at home.
Aren't
But I
you
know they're
losing
playing the Jays, right? The last place Jays.
Isn't
this
it
last
3-9?
series.
Aren't you guys losing?
Can I get an update? We might be talking about some games around the horn.
I think didn't you guys just go down 3-0 to the team that we took 4 in a row from?
I couldn't hear you. What was it?
You're losing. The A's are losing.
No. I was trying to get an update on your game. Yeah, no, our game is still going on. The A's are still going on.
I got them on. Yeah, they're on the bottom right here.
I was looking for the Sox game, but I don't think it's on or is it over?
A's, Rays, Dodgers, Royals, Padres, Brewers.
Dallas, I'm hearing 5-3.
Yeah. Saw that the A's official Instagram account had DB in a video earlier today.
What was he doing?
I think it was like A's trivia.
How did he do?
I just saw his face and kept scrolling.
Yeah, that's its own jump scare.
Mookie. Dallas just fucked up the promo. I'm listening to the A's broadcast right now, and he just fucked up the giveaway. Completely botched. Cedric Mullins. Is he still one of the worst hitters in baseball this year?
Yeah. Are you calling yourself the Mullins guy tonight?
I'm the Mullins guy.
Yeah, he's slashing 207, 287, 358 this year.
Jay, hey, there's a nasty rumor going around that we're doing the baseball nicknames draft tomorrow.
It's exactly the sort of answer I'm trying to get right now.
Yeah. I mean, we're waiting on DB.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I don't have confirmation from Coley either because.
Yeah.
But. Yeah. We're trying to make it happen. That's right. We got the feud tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We got maybe the draft. Definitely got the pod.
Who, if I can ask?
Sure.
Tomorrow's feud guest will garner the strongest emotional response from blank.
Oh, of the participants. Well, it's going to be another person that I don't think Tyler has any relationship with. So
okay. That's not saying a lot, though.
No, but it can't be him, I don't think. I mean, I think you and Dallas are, roughly similar friends with, certainly friendly with. So, it's not like a your mom situation where, it's going to be
not Meg.
Extreme. It is not Meg tomorrow. Yeah. No. Another person who's on the list, but no, not tomorrow. I didn't really want to I didn't really want to do the Ellen Meg thing back to back because
that's
there's
fair.
or two.
I'm rooting for Ravi.
Yep. Well, that would be nice.
Mhm.
That would be a good one. Would love to see him.
Yep.
I'm sure he's watching. So shout out Carl. We'd love to see you.
Yep.
Maybe it's tomorrow.
Eduardo would be good on the feud.
Another great one. There's a lot of upside with Eduardo with the sort of positive energy that he's bringing.
Yeah, he's a happy guy.
Very happy. The mayor.
Mm-hmm.
You get great access when you're with Eduardo. Nobody's saying no to that smile.
Mm-hmm. Is Eduardo Venezuelan?
No, he is. So it's Cuban, born in Puerto Rico, or just Puerto Rican.
Say.
Yeah, because his dad was born in Cuba.
Okay.
But he was born in Cincinnati. But I want to say his mom is Puerto Rican.
Okay. Oh, another 2-run home run for the Rays. That sucks.
Yeah, he graduated from. Graduated from high school in Puerto Rico, and his dad is Cuban. So I think I'm going to just say I nailed that one. I'm not really seeing anything about his mom, so I'm not going to really speculate more about that. But
what's Salvador Perez?
Yeah, his fam. He has also. I know Eduardo has maintained residence in Puerto Rico as well. So, what's that? What was your
back to back homers for the Rays. It's 6-0 now.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Salvador Perez.
You're asking what he is?
Yeah.
He is Venezuelan.
Thought so. That's why I thought Eduardo was Venezuelan, because I thought they were close.
Oh, well, they may be close, yeah, but he's not. Yeah, he's not.
I thought that they had Venezuelan ties.
I want to say Eduardo was involved with the Puerto Rican WBC team at some point too.
That checks out.
Like pre-Cora, I want to say. Yeah, I want to say Eduardo was like the GM of the Puerto Rican team, like fairly early on in the WBC cycle.
Those updated Kyle Harrison numbers are going to be gross. I would imagine that the trio of Monasterio, Durbin, and Siegler will surpass Kyle Harrison in WAR this year.
Yes, although you can't totally look at it that way because it's like,
oh, I'm doing it.
Right, but yeah, okay.
I'm doing it that way.
Because you're using 2 extra roster spots there, right? So you'd obviously rather have the production condensed into 1 roster spot because then that leaves you. But yeah, it's not the disaster trade that it looked like it might be at one point.
Let me see what Kyle Harrison's at. Because there's a world where Durbin just has him. Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, 2.8 WAR. Durbin clears that. Durbin's got to be 3.2. Yeah, so Durbin alone clears Kyle Harrison.
Per Fangraphs, that's not currently the case, but it is close enough to be functionally a wash. It is interesting, though, because, this isn't the defining element of a trade, but in terms of a playoff series, like which of those guys would you rather have in a playoff series? mean, it's probably Kyle Harrison because of the amount of impact a starting pitcher can have in one game. But
oh, maybe. I mean, not if he's going like this. I'd rather have Durbin, the defense, and he's driving in runs. Is it crazy to say I'd rather have Durbin for a whole series? How many are we talking? 7 game?
Crazy? No, I don't think it's crazy. I just don't have that much of a that much confidence in Kyle Harrison to call it crazy. I mean, I don't think he's an ace, but how about
Any... Bring it time.
I was just going to kind of rant here for a second. I just fundamentally don't understand why teams make a decision like the Brewers, I guess, signing in the first place, but ultimately bringing up this Bay guy. Like, there's some sort of fucking disconnect, and I can't quite verbalize it, and we can move on. But there is a disconnect between like not being invested in winning enough to trade from your future stockpile to make the current team significantly better, while also like caring enough about winning and or being so cold-blooded that you just care about production and how that translates to winning or whatever, that you would employ a guy like Bay. Like, I don't like he was suspended by Major League Baseball for choking out his girlfriend to the point of apparently unconsciousness. Like, why are they bothering employing a person like I just don't. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, and I don't know whether it's worse if the player is good or bad, because if the player is really, really good, at least you can be like, well, they're employing him because he's really, really good. And I don't agree with that morally or ethically, but it's a sport. They're trying to win, whatever. This guy's obviously not very good. Like, he just doesn't matter. So why are you doing that? I don't know.
I didn't know the lore there.
I mean, it's not something I spent a lot of time thinking about, but I remember when the Pirates signed him, I'm pretty sure I had a tweet about it then. And if for no other reason than just consistency, I felt compelled to like when I saw it pop up as news again, I was like, this guy's still fucking kicking around. Like, I'd lost track of the story. I just don't get what the point is. Like, I know teams are kind of past like the Brewers won't receive enough blowback from this to like have a material impact on their business or their brand or their decision making, but I just don't understand what the end game is. Like, he's somebody who, in my opinion, should not be employed at the major league level. And even if the mistake that he made was X number of years ago as an 18-year-old or whatever, 19-year-old or whatever he was, I just don't get what the point of it is.
Yeah, I did not know that about him.
Correct. John Anthony's right. There are a lot of people who are right here, but John Anthony's right. I'm not a Ted Lasso fan or not fan. I don't consume the show. I've watched like bits and pieces or clips, but it's one of many shows that I watched an episode or two of or part of a season and never stuck with it because I'm terrible about watching TV and sticking with series, particularly at the pace that other people in my life want to watch them. Yeah, like Ricky, I'm sure there are logical, quote unquote, reasons for why he was added. I just don't care. To the point that John said, there are an almost infinite number of people who could provide what he will presumably provide in the very limited window that they are going to use him. I just don't get it.
I just saw this in the BID chat from Robert. Good work, fellas. Odds we ever see a 100 WAR career again, given the advancements in defensive metrics, changes in starting pitcher usage, etc.
Like 100 from a pitcher or just in general?
In general.
I think I think that's something we will see. Yeah. I don't.
Like, what's Judge at?
64. He's not
Okay.
going to get there, I don't think.
What about Bobby Witt?
Witt's, I'm going to say at 30, roughly.
27-1.
So,
what are the kind of players that we're talking about that could get there?
I mean, Bobby Witt is the type of player that we were talking about. You know,
Fernando Tatis Jr. just took Kyle Harrison deep, 6-1.
I mean, I'm not saying that he is going to do this, but I think the idea of Connor Griffin is a guy who could find a way to get there. Like I think you pretty much have to be a middle of the order or a middle of the diamond player. Like you're going to have to start your career at shortstop or center field or less likely catcher. Like I don't think that's really going to work. So, because I don't think there are any 100 WAR catchers in baseball history. So we can move beyond that one. You're going to have to start out as a shortstop. You're going to have to start out as a center fielder. And yeah, it's obviously a unicorn sort of thing, but I do believe that the thing that's going to lend this is that it does feel like high-end players, more of them are getting a shot to play early than maybe would have been the case 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. So you are going to get people who are going to get to debut at 20 and 21. And that's what you need. You need people debuting at 19, 20, 21 years old, and you need them having 17, 18, 20-year runs at it. I think PCA is, even he got started. Like, how old is Pete Crow Armstrong?
4.
He's 24 years old, and he's at 15 wins above replacement. Like the book is basically closed on that already. Would be my guess. I would guess that there are, I won't say no examples, but I'd be very surprised if there were a lot of examples of guys in the 100 WAR club who had, fewer than 20 wins above replacement through age 24 or something like that. I thought Soto would have been a great candidate. I think he's ultimately going to be held back by the lack of any defensive impact at all. And the fact that I won't say he has already peaked, but if you told me that we have already seen Juan Soto's best season, I think that's more likely than we see a better season moving forward. Whether you consider his best season to be his Yankee season, or whether you consider his best season to be 2021, or whether you consider it to be, the abbreviated 2020, which is probably a harder sell, but it's his most impressive qualitative season. I don't like Soto's at 45 through 27. Oh man. Let's see. Let's take a look here, because that would have been, I think, the default answer.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of guys that so you've got Trout is at 91.
Trout's probably not getting there, right?
Verlander's not getting there, obviously. Nope. Mookie's at 76.5. That's going to be tough. Scherzer not getting there.
Nope.
Freddie Freeman 67.2. He's not getting there.
Nope.
Goldschmidt 65.1. He's not getting there. Judge 64.3. He's probably not getting there. Manny Machado 62.4. He's not getting there. Chris Sale 61.3. He's not getting there.
No.
Joe Ram 59.8. He's not getting there. Nolan 59.5. He's not getting there. Shohei 57.7. Lindor 56.8. Bryce Harper 56.1. Like, it's just not happening. Who's the most recent guy to get to 100? Pujols 101.2. A-Rod 117.4. And then a lot of black and white guys. Bonds 162.8. Yeah, a lot of black and white guys.
So, I was just looking for a little bit of context on Soto. He's got 45 wins above replacement, and this is his age 27 season. So let's say he gets to, let's just give him 47. Let's say he gets to 47 wins above replacement.
Who?
That would, Soto.
Yeah.
I'm giving him like almost 2 more wins over the course of the remainder of the season. That would put him 25th among position players all time through age 27. 1 spot ahead of Mookie Betts and 1 spot behind Al Kaline. The problem is that, again, like even a lot of these people failed to get to 100 wins above replacement. Like Mookie Betts probably felt like a decent bet to do it as well. And he was at 46 through age 27. He had his age 27 season cut out by COVID. So that's cost him a couple of wins there. And obviously he's produced, fewer than 20 wins above replacement over the subsequent half decade. So I think we're very likely to get, maybe another 10 wins above replacement out of Mookie Betts or something like that over the remainder of his career, which would get him into the 70s. But that's just a far cry. Like that's a full solid career of somebody else away from 100 wins above replacement. I'm standing by my answer though, that it will happen again. So yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That Hunter Pence question about like consecutive games played and how he was like, yeah, that was detrimental to my career was very interesting.
Yep. Very honest.
I mean, I figured that was the answer, but it's just interesting to hear him say it. Like, we didn't really go down that path when we had Matty O on because obviously it's active and he's not going to say like, yeah, dude, I wish I could sit down.
Yeah.
But like, just like the mentality of like, why are you doing this when you don't have to?
All right. I'm going to fill up on water. You cool with that?
Yeah. All right, chat. What do you got for me? Let's cook some questions here. Kane mask in the background. We got a sword. Roman Reigns turnbuckle. Talk to me, chat. My first concert was the Monkees. Yep. Dream concert lineup. Has to be alive, but they'd be in their prime. Does Led Zeppelin count? I didn't get to watch SummerSlam. Saturday was Train's daughter's graduation party, and then Sunday we did the pod. We did like a live pod, so I didn't even get to watch. What's the gayest thing about you? Probably how much I tweet about like Peyton Tolley's physical appearance. I think he's a very attractive man. I think he could be in another world. He would be like an action. He would be like The Rock, where he could do like action comedy. You see Hunter at the All-Star game. Hunter Goodman. I saw his booth. Big Honks guy. Shout out Honks, man. Top 5 most attractive Sox players in your lifetime. Coley, Nomar, Ellsbury. We had Grady Sizemore. Who else was really good looking? I mean, Mitch Moreland was sneaky attractive man. He's country boy strong. Your outlook on the Twins' future. Well, I do think that they would have to capitalize on a Buxton trade in a big way. but he's got to play ball. That's going to be a draft and developmental thing. They're not. Oh yeah, Bobby Dahlbeck is another one. Yeah, I mean they're a team that they just find a way to get back there. Not exactly a team that is going to be dishing out huge free agent money, but they've got great homegrown talent over the years. Their best team, 19? That was the year they hit all the homers. Royce Lewis, he's going to have to figure it the fuck out. Love Royce Lewis, but it's time. Oh, Hunter Pence. Oh, no. Our talent booker got Hunter Pence. I met him once. 2022, Katie Nolan was doing the Apple TV games, and we went out for a drink after the game, and Hunter Pence was there. Met him in person. Good dude. Was very nice. Who's dethroning Roman for the championship? Man. It could be LA Knight. Who else makes sense? When do the Pirates make the playoffs again? I would say fucking they could have got in this year if Skeens wasn't doing what he's doing. What are your thoughts on Jimmy Tatro? I've been watching him for like almost 20 years. I remember watching his YouTube channel back in the day. I popped big time when I saw he was in Scream 7 in the opening scene there. I met him at the celebrity softball game in, 2020 in Malibu. Got to meet him. I was like, yeah, I've been watching your YouTube videos forever. He's like, cool. He was nice, though. Next tattoo. I have a few ideas. I want to get the girls' initials in their handwriting. I want to get Paul Gray's mask. The former bassist of Slipknot passed away. I want to get a tattoo of this sword behind me. I want to get this sword. I was gonna get it right here on my neck, but I got a no from that. Yeah, that sword belonged to my dad's dad, and then it was on the staircase in my grandmother's house, and now I have it, and now it's like my generation and my family, we have decided that it goes to the tribal chief of the family. So whoever is the tribal chief of the bloodline has the sword. So I want to get a tattoo of the sword as the tribal chief of my family, my bloodline.
Section 10 tat?
I have one. I have for my dad, I have his. So I remember when I tweeted it, everyone was like clowning on me because I thought I fucked it up. But I have seat 13. My dad has seat 12. So I have the seat 12 tattooed here. And then I have the ticket stub of where our seats are, but it's the ticket stub says seat 13 because I'm 13. So it says section 10. But I would get the logo. Yeah,
We'll do it together, Jared.
Fuck yeah. I would get like the logo or something like that.
Would be a great vlog.
Oh yeah. I vote no on next sword. If I got it, it wouldn't be like big and pronounced. It would be like light and thin here. I still want to get a tattoo here. I just don't know. I have a couple ideas. I want to get like me and my sister want to get the house number of where the house that we grew up in. Like she wanted to get the number and I wanted to get it spelled out. Can you be challenged to tribal combat at any time? Those are the rules, yeah. So my dad's sister, my godmother, her daughter married Rich, and Rich was making a case for the sword, and I was like, "You're not even blood." But he fell in line and acknowledged me. What's the number? 22. I have a 21 on my thigh for losing that bet to Kyle Freeland. But I would get the 22. I would just spell it out 22. I don't know. I'm still thinking it over. I also wanted to get, what's that called? An anagram, when it's like a sentence, but it's just the first letter. That's an anagram. I was going to get an anagram of a Beatles lyric, but then I ended up getting it spelled out in my dad's handwriting. It's right here. So that idea is gone. I still got it, but I just got it written out. Yeah, Jose, JA is getting a Section 10 tattoo in September for Section 10 night with everyone's signatures on it. You got to be a part of that.
Fuck, I gotta work on my signature.
Yeah, you got to cook that up. My mom
I've tossed around the 10 tap before in my head too. I've tossed it around a bit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. The BID logo is sick. I would get that.
It's like one of those things where you make the Olympics, you get the Olympic rings tattoo immediately. It feels like the same thing.
Yeah. Who in the Section 10 BID space have you known the longest? Coley. I mean, I knew of Coley because of when he was an intern at Barstool, but I met him in person in 2014. Met Steve in 15. Met Dallas and Jay in 17. Question for Jose: did you make your flight? His flight got canceled, right?
Canceled as fuck, yeah.
So did you not make it at all, or did you get a different flight?
I got a different flight on that later the next day, or not the next day, that same day, but I ended up getting there like midnight.
Jeez. Handwriting tattoos are great. I have a bunch. The 21 on my thigh for Freeland is in his handwriting. I have a tattoo here in my mom's handwriting. I have a tattoo here in my dad's handwriting. I have a tattoo on my arm in CM Punk's handwriting. Do I have any other handwriting tattoos? Oh, I have one that I can't see it. Or no, you can. That date, it's upside down, but that's my grandfather's handwriting. Yeah, I have a bunch of those. I got a jump scare today when I bought Section 10 merch and then got a thank you email with a pic of the guys. Oh. Yeah, we got to fix that. Why is Dallas texting us? Okay.
Justin, would you get a BID logo tat?
Yeah, I mean, not by myself, but yeah. Like if it was a group thing, I would.
I could see him getting the neck tat just right on his neck.
Like Cody?
Yeah, I could see
it's
that.
kind of the
That'd be perfect.
same, like it would fit like the same space.
I wouldn't fuck with J.A. with that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That is true.
I probably would need to get a tattoo that is family oriented first, because I don't currently have a tattoo. So then once I got that, then could maybe open the floodgates for the BID logo.
BID neck tat.
Yeah. Will a neck tattoo impact my ability to be employed at the company moving forward?
I I'm gonna say no.
Okay. I feel better about it then.
It would be very funny
guarantee
if-
you employment.
Yeah, it'd be very funny if Jay Hay was the first one to get a neck tattoo out of all of us.
I just showed up. It's like the opposite of when I get a haircut or
Mm.
shave. I mean,
Favorite single exercise? It's got to be the single arm cable tricep extension, crossbody. One of these. Yeah, those things are money. Or the preacher curl machine. No leg day. I need a handwriting tattoo. Wish I thought of that before my mom died. So if you have any like birthday cards saved, you can always go that route. I know my mom did that. I think she has a handwriting tattoo that was a birthday card or like a Christmas card or something. Yeah, the Down on the Farm has Anthony Ianson in it. He's no longer property of the Boston Red Sox. You know who would be a great guest that we could get? Dan Duquette.
Didn't we talk to him once in the starting 9 era?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like he's got great stories, and he'll go anywhere because he's not in the GM spectrum anymore.
I saw he was firing off a little bit the other day, right?
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Like he was talking about the Eduardo Rodriguez for Andrew Miller trade and how that played out.
Hey, shout out TKC 2215. Glad you enjoyed those.
Wow, Taylor Wall's another homer. Jeez.
Better than Schwarber, some are saying.
They didn't believe me, Jay Hay. When I left Philly, I said I was going to stop replying. I was just going to post my shit and keep it moving, but I've stuck to it. It's honestly been great. Like, just post my stuff and keep it moving.
Oh, like not engage with people in your mentions, you're saying?
Yeah. Like, I'll reply to you guys. I'll reply to, like, the regulars. If someone has, like, a customer service kind of question, I'll reply. But I have not engaged with the negativity since Philadelphia. There's just a lot of angry people out there.
Let's see here. How long do I think I could go without my phone? Like assuming we're talking like nobody's calling me, like my children aren't in danger for an emergency, like this is a hypothetical situation. We've worked those sort of kinks out. I could go a very long time. When I disengage from my phone, I am pretty good about it. Not as good as I'd like to be, but pretty good. Are we talking no phone or no internet? Let's play this out a little bit. Like, can I hop on my laptop if I want to like
cheating.
check scores or something? Well, I'm asking him. It's his thing. Because no phone and no internet are two different things. Especially these days where it's like, I've got my phone all the time right in my face. But not being able to check the internet at all is a different thing. So I'll answer both questions. But the pineapple and pumpkin seeds. The pineapple is fine. I was looking for more like the dried, like light, kind of like almost melt in your mouth dried fruit. And this was more like just the texture wasn't quite there. It was fine. It was fine. The pumpkin seeds I still have quite a bit of and were quite good. But I don't want to eat anymore because I think if I eat anymore, I'll get a stomach ache. Because if you eat anything for like 6 straight out, what are we on? 3 hours and 56 minutes? If you eat anything for 4 straight hours, you're going to get a tummy ache. So I don't want to. I'm just on water for the rest of the night, I think. No social media, all devices. Okay, so I can still do like, I'm going to check the box scores, stuff like that. I could go a long time. Like my social media, like usage is pretty much 100% work related. Everything I post on Twitter, everything I post on Instagram is work related. There are personal posts on my Instagram, but they are from years ago. I don't post anything personal on there, and I don't post anything other than like baseball stuff, really. Sports stuff. There are occasional retweets of other things, but primarily just content. So when I'm not doing that, I'm not checking really my friends' Instagrams. I'm not doing a whole lot of that kind of stuff. So I could go a long time without engaging on social media if I didn't have to do it for work. I haven't posted. I know Jerry's dominating Facebook right now. I have not posted personally on Facebook in a very long time. I am not a kid from Norwalk, so that is partially an answer from your question. I lived in Norwalk for like 3.5 years. I've lived in Connecticut since 2008. Grew up outside of Philadelphia. Lived in Illinois for half a decade. But my family is from Ohio and specifically Cleveland. That's how.
Shout them out.
Yep. Check out Virginia Havens Park. Good evening. How are you?
Oh, I'm just swell. What? Kyle Harrison get his dick kicked in?
You know, that's not it's mean-spirited of you. He never really did anything to you. He was just a trade that you guys had to answer for a while, you know?
I like Kyle Harrison. I was against the trade. I was against the handling of that asset. But that has been the stream, has it not?
I mean, yeah, he's not doing very well here. How's Florida?
Hot.
Yeah.
Definitely hot. If you've
Is
heard
that fan?
rumors that
Is that fan all you have going, or you got AC hooked up?
no, I think it's illegal to build down here without central air. So that's been a delight. I've never had that before, so I've enjoyed that. Big fan of that. Got internet yesterday. Bigger fan of that.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's hell not having it.
Someone was just asking how long could we go without it, basically.
The net?
Well, it was actually social media and your phone. It seemed like you could still access the internet for kind of like academic box score checking purposes or whatever, but like posting, I hate Jaylen Brown, like you would on your socials or whatever. You can't do that.
I don't know if I could survive without doing that. That's integral to my day.
That's what I'm saying. The pitchforks out for the poor guy.
Oh yeah, what's your AC temp for when you go to bed?
Mine?
And has it changed since you became a Floridian?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the correct temperature should be. I've been rocking 72, and I feel like that's been solid so far.
Yeah, I love that 72 to 74 range.
74 is just air.
Yeah, it's just like what it is.
You're just like circulating air from the outside.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
you're not conditioning the air. That's not air conditioning.
It's a very light conditioning.
Yeah, like if like conditioning the air was making it 74, if the comparison was like washing your clothes are still dirty.
Well, no.
Mm-hmm.
No. Mm-hmm. I would say you're getting that rinse,
No. Like if there was poop on your sock.
Oh, that poop's gone.
It's still poopy, yeah.
No, it's gone. Mm-hmm. There's no sign of that poop left.
Nighttime 65, day is 70.
65 is
it's a death wish, yeah. Like you're getting hypothermia in your sleep.
That's a crazy overnight setting.
Coley, do you think I jinxed the Sox with my standings video at Fenway over the weekend?
No, I think I just may have nailed it. I think they play to their exact level of competition, and they play kind of bums the rest of the way, which is not good news for a team that plays to their competition. You know?
I'm being told that I'm a jinx.
Yeah, it's not the first time you've been told that.
Yeah. I mean, if you try to avoid being a jinx, then you don't really say anything interesting ever, I don't think.
No. I mean,
like if the Red Sox were 32-5 and you're just like, nice little run they're on.
Boys are playing baseball. There's no doubt about
ball
it
right now, I guess.
Is this the only? What are you still watching? Brewers, Padres? Is there anything else on?
Giants, Astros is 3-1. San Francisco. Rockies are up 2-0 on the D-backs. The A's are getting smacked by the Rays 7-2. What's the other game I got? They're at commercial. I always forget what games I put on.
Angels, Rangers.
There's not a game like that could be the last game on, and I would go to bed.
Yeah, they don't deserve that from us.
Yeah, I don't like being the jinx guy. I don't like that. Trying to help.
What other jinxes have you been a part of that
you were a part of one with me? When
me?
when we sang New York, New York, and then they lost the next two. People weren't happy about it.
Well, they were never going to win those games, so I don't feel bad about that.
I mean, they should have won the next one.
No.
By the way, I didn't know that we were going to play New York, New York when it played, but everyone started singing, and who am I to not sing,
we didn't ask for it. Maybe I did. I could have potentially asked for it.
I can say with a great amount of certainty that I did not ask for that song to be played.
I
The
can't
whole-
say that about myself.
Whole crowd was singing, and I was like, you know what? I'll sing.
To be fair to me, I asked for it the entire 18 run, the whole time, and it never once came back to bite me. So
yeah, I love sing-alongs, Jay. You missed it. Dallas came on earlier to do an ad read for Ozempic.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
are they a new sponsor?
Yeah. He's doing Ozempic and some medication for diabetes.
Isn't that Ozempic?
I think they're
That is
separate issues.
Literal reason for existing.
I think I tweeted about Dallas having diabetes today, and then someone replied and was like, "That's not funny. I have diabetes." It's like, all right, well, so does Dallas.
That's why we're tweeting about it. We're raising awareness.
Hmm.
I don't know if that did anything.
You hear the news about Nick Kurtz?
What happened?
Done.
Done permanently?
Maybe forever.
He came to his demise? Was it timely at least, or was it an untimely demise?
I think we did that, right?
Oh, he did leave that, against us.
Be hard to believe that it was a different incident.
Yeah, unlikely to return.
Shout out to the Harwich Mariners,
Shout him
Cape
out.
League champions. Yep, that's Steve's team. He beat my team. That sucks. I'm a born Braves guy.
We just traded someone else to Baltimore.
Player to be named. Yeah.
That's the fastest player to be named I've ever seen in my life.
Damn, another home run given up by the A's. When will it end?
Well, they're in mourning.
Damn, fifth home run of the game, man. It can be done, but very rarely do you give up 5 homers and win the ball game. But I've seen it happen.
Haven't we done that?
Tim Wakefield, Detroit Tigers,
Most Wakefield starts.
gave up 5 and got the dub. I believe he was the winning pitcher.
He definitely was. That's why I feel like it happened like last year, because I think someone else did that, because I remember talking about Wakefield doing it. Did Bueller do it?
Are we talking about instances of an individual pitcher giving up 5 homers or a team giving up 5 homers?
An
That's a
individual.
great question.
I believe it was an individual.
Sure,
Okay.
but what I'm thinking about may have been a team effort.
Well, thank God we have Justin Havens on the case.
Yeah, we can
do.
certainly take a look here.
Yeah.
Instances.
It can't be a team win. It's a pitcher win.
Yeah, so we want a pitcher win
5 homers allowed.
in a game in which they allowed 5 homers. Sure, no problem. Coming up. Here we
Well,
go.
while you cook, someone said, how do player to be named later trades work? So at the time of the trade, you agree on a set of players, and then I believe you have 60 days to pick from that set of players that was named at the time of the trade. It's 60 or 90 days. I think it's 60. Someone else asked who's the greatest player to be named later. I believe in recent history, your Guardians got one of the great players to be named later, and Michael Brantley.
Yep, that is a great example. Yeah, in the CC trade that was primarily at the time built around a guy named Matt Laporta, who did not amount to much. Michael Brantley obviously amounted to a great deal. The cooking is over. The last pitcher to allow 5 homers in an outing and receive the win himself was Nick Tropiano on July 26, 2018. The only instances of that happening in the wild card era are Tropiano in 18, Matt Latos in 2012, Alex White in 11, Wakefield in 04, and Jeff D'Amico in 1996. Changing the criteria here. Let's just see, for example, if it was 4 homers that jogs a memory from a recent season. 4 homers and got the win. That in and of itself is fairly rare. Not 5 times in the wild card era rare, but let's see what that produces.
While you do that, Jay, there's another greatest player to be named later of all time. I don't know if this counts because he didn't become the greatest of all time at what he does until his next organization. But in a trade between the Seattle Mariners and the Minnesota Twins, David Ortiz was a player to be named later.
Okay.
I mean, he was still good. Like the narrative that David Ortiz was like a diamond in the rough. Like he hit like fucking 27 home runs the year that they released him.
Around that.
He hit 20 home runs, 32 doubles. He had a fucking 500 slugging percentage and 839 OPS.
Yeah.
And the Twins were like, get this fucking guy out of here.
Yeah, I think that was the end of the Tom Kelly era, right? If I remember correctly. I think some things were not being managed properly. And some things probably not evaluated in what was then the modern sense of the game. That's obviously a huge whiff. Yeah, for sure. One of the great ones. Also very uncommon that a guy is as pedestrian as David Ortiz was in the amount of time that he got through his age 26 season and turns into a Hall of Fame player. Virtually unprecedented to build your entire Hall of Fame career from 27 on.
Good player, David Ortiz.
Just seeing the ball well, you know?
Yes. Yep. His eyes got better.
He took different batting practice.
Yeah. No, I think what it was is that he just tried harder.
He's just locked in.
Yeah, he
Sometimes
was like,
that's all you need.
he was like, haven't you ever gone like this? You're like, really?
In his last season, he led the league in RBI for the first time since 2006. And he led the league in doubles for the first time in his career.
Yeah, the only time.
at the age of 40.
Yeah, it's like one of the great age 40 seasons in history.
I want to say that was his. He was a 5-win player that year. His final season was his 4th best season ever.
It is funny though that the only season he ever led the league in OPS was at 40 years old. Like a guy whose Hall of Fame career had already been pretty much sealed. Or not,
and
maybe.
He slugged 620.
It's his 3rd highest OPS. It's not even his highest OPS.
No.
Yeah, not his fault.
And he had 16 fewer homers than he did in the year he hit 54, but his OPS and OPS plus are basically the exact same. Because, he hit 19 more doubles.
164 OPS plus, 40 years old.
All right. Well, since we're just kind of killing time here, highest OPS plus in a qualified season at age 40 or older.
Barry Bonds.
I don't know, man. I think it might be Ortiz. I'm not saying ahead of Bonds. I'm just saying I think he's going to rate very high on this list.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. Yeah, Bonds' work was already done. So the highest OPS plus, it's the highest. Ortiz's 2016 is the highest adjusted OPS for a qualified batter in MLB history, other than a guy named Judd Wilson, who played for the Homestead Grays of the Negro League in 1941, which is obviously, per Baseball Reference, per MLB, now part of MLB history. If we restrict it to just AL, NL history for a moment, it's David Ortiz in 2016 with a 164 OPS plus, Willie Mays in 1971 with a 158. And then you go all the way to Edgar Martinez with a 141 in 2003. So
Is this just age 40?
no, age 40 or older.
Okay, Bonds at 42. He had played 126 games.
Oh, he's probably not qualified under the.
Has to be.
Yeah, that's probably the issue. So how many plate appearances did he have? Do you see it?
477.
All right, so let's say let's set the new threshold at 475 plate appearances. Rerun the search. Why, Michael? Why do you keep bringing up Luigi? That's like your third message about Luigi, and I'm now kind of curious because I've never personally talked about him. So curious what's going on there. Barry Bonds in 2007, 169. David Ortiz, 164. Willie Mays, 158. Barry Bonds again in 2006 pops in, and then it's the Edgar Martinez in 2003. Okay. So if you lower that threshold to get Bonds in there, but I will say, I mean, it's a good thing to call out Bonds' seasons. He got 150 more play. Ortiz got 150 more plate appearances in 2016 than Bonds got in 2007. And I think like that is meaningful. Like I'd rather have Ortiz's 626 plate appearances of a 164 OPS plus than Bonds' 477 of a 169. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It is crazy, though, that Bonds came with a 480 on base percentage because he was walked 132 times. Shape of production, whatever. But there's something uniquely gaudy about a 480 on base percentage when it's a 276 batting average.
43 intentional walks for the 43-year-old or 42-year-old. They should have stopped that.
Oh, man. Other way. So now we want to know best OPS plus by a player under 20. Okay. So I'm assuming you mean not inclusive of 20 years old. So we will run that accordingly. If we set the same 475 plate appearance threshold, that number is 142 by Juan Soto in 2018. You then, and by the way, the most important thing to note is that there have only been 15 instances in MLB history of a player 19 or younger receiving 475 plate appearances or more. And if we eliminate seasons that happened before 1900, there's only 13. And furthermore, if we say How many of those have happened since 1975 to the present? It's only 4. It's Robin Yount, Ken Griffey Jr., Bryce Harper, and Juan Soto. So it's just like Juan Soto's the top of the list, and then it's Mel Ott in 1928, Bryce Harper in 2012. But Bryce Harper in 2012 was quote unquote only a 118 OPS plus. So the list tapers off pretty dramatically. There have only been 5 instances of a player that young producing a league average OPS plus or higher. Soto, Ott, Harper, George Davis in 1890. So if you want to throw that one in the garbage, go ahead. And I mean, whatever. And Ken Griffey Jr. in 1989. So 4 in what we know is modern baseball, or anything resembling it. But yeah, not many people that young playing, certainly not position players.
So you think the Soto guy's decent is what I'm hearing?
He does have a lot going for him. Got 800 millimonths, Good night, John Anthony. Thank you, sir. The four homer and a single inning thing is going to take is a more complicated search than I'm currently going to do while streaming. But if I can do it before tomorrow's pod, I will.
Got another clubhouse request for t-shirts.
I just saw that.
Mm-hmm. You guys mentioned the video about Hank Aaron being overrated. Wasn't that it was an A's fan that said that?
Yeah, there was a lot going on in that video.
Just doesn't seem like a video. We only have limited time on this planet from what we know. Probably not how I'd spend any of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know all engagement is good engagement or whatever. But I don't quite understand the idea of a video that has any part of it that says Hank Aaron is overrated. There's just like, you can twist and turn and hot take arguments for people being overrated or underrated for almost any fucking person. Like, I think Ohtani was on that list. You know what? If I'm being incredibly generous, I could sit here and listen to an argument that Shohei Ohtani might be a little bit overrated if people are saying he's the greatest player of all time. You know what? Okay, let me hear why you think that's a little bit overrated. I could see that. Barry Bonds, performance-enhancing drugs, if that's what you're going to hang your hat on and say that's why he's quote-unquote overrated or whatever, fine. Those are things. I don't think they're right, but they are things. There is no argument that Hank Aaron is overrated. Like, what is that? No one says he's the greatest player of all time. So put that aside. There's nobody out there saying Hank Aaron's the greatest player of all time. So we're good there. But everybody knows that nobody says that.
Yeah, it's a little like, I always like thinking of things in other sports terms. Like, you have plenty of people saying Kobe's the best basketball player of all time when he isn't. Like, I'm not here.
Those people are like mentally deranged, though.
Sure. Well, they've become mentally deranged, but they're also like NBA Hall of Famers who say that too, who aren't those level of deranged. You know what I mean? Like, there are some sane people who just think that. I don't agree with them, but like, you would think there were some people who said that about Hank Aaron, and there really isn't anyone.
I might be off base here. I've always, like, in my head sort of drawn a parallel between Kareem and Hank in terms of like longevity of great performance. But nobody's really out there saying this is the greatest player of all time. At least not many people.
Right.
Maybe I should never say never. But but everybody is there's nobody thinks he's the greatest, but also everybody is universally aligned on the idea that he's like one of the ballpark 5, 6, 7, 8 greatest players of all time. It basically can't be disputed statistically. And if you factor in what he went through culturally, on field, off field, in pursuit of Babe Ruth's record, I think it's much easier to make the case that he's actually underrated at this point, given what he endured and the incredible statistical track record that he leaves behind. Because people will make the case that Willie Mays is the greatest player of all time. People say Bonds. Nobody says Hank Aaron. And I think, he's probably like that next person. If you're going to like beyond the people who are regularly made cases for, he's probably like that next guy that deserves it. But like, back to the original point, I don't understand what the value is in putting out a video where you're saying Hank Aaron is overrated, even if it's a small smidget of it. To me, it's like so discrediting that it's like not worth the massive engagement that I'm sure that video got. Because I think you could get it without saying that Hank Aaron's overrated. I think. Anyway.
That's like someone had to turn on a camera, find clips, edit it, deliver the take, export it.
Yeah.
Upload it.
Damn. Another home run for the Rays.
Somebody asked what I majored in college. I majored in English in English. There you go. In English with a history minor. That's not necessarily a path I would recommend for anybody then or now, but I've sort of made it work, I guess.
Was Caminero the one who just hit that most recent home run, Jerry?
Is that 2 for him tonight now? If it was Caminero, it's 2.
I have the San Francisco-Houston game on, and they just showed a Caminero home run. So I don't know if it was the most recent or if it was.
No, it was Williams, Carson Williams.
Well, they showed Caminero.
Oh, you know why they did that? Because Williams is in for Caminero. Is probably why they did that.
Yeah, Walls has 2.
But they showed Caminero's bat speed on that, Jerry. It was 81 miles per hour, which made me go, huh. You know why?
Why?
I got some bat speed updates on someone in Worcester. They're 82 miles an hour. So I go, huh.
When did his hot streak start? July 1st, maybe?
When did the storm start brewing?
Yeah.
Yeah, July 1.
Yeah, there's definitely a storm brewing, I think.
That's just what the Doppler is telling me.
I mean, who am I to argue the Dop?
I've never known you to be that type.
No. I think it's very presumptuous. He's hitting 341. Yeah, let's see.
And the bat speed's up.
Let's see. Let's look at some numbies here.
Arias is more likely to get called up.
So he's just a hair above the league average for exit velo. Barrel rate, league average. Hard hit, way above league average. He's walking better than league average. He is 965 OPS.
Sounds right.
His WOBA way above league average. He's doing it. He's doing it, man. There he
When
comes.
you think about Cody Bellinger is the only guy who comes immediately to mind as someone who's had drastic overhauls in their swing and stance. I know other guys tinker, but from when Bellinger won MVP to when he got with the Cubs, really, it felt like he was coming in every year with a new swing, new stance, new approach, and everything. That took him years to get back on the track he's been on with Chicago and New York. Campbell doing it. You're up good.
No, you know whose swing journey I think I sort of forgot about until you mentioned that. Remember all the shit Stanton went through?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You can keep going. I just that was just kind of something I remember for a star level player. I was like, wow, there was a period of time where he was like really trying to find himself. And I know part of that was getting fucking drilled in the face.
Yeah.
But anyway, Campbell.
But it's interesting because Campbell, part of his overhaul last year in the bigs, I believe the only person with a more closed stance than he was Stanton. And that's rookie versus 17-year veteran. I don't know what year Stanton was last year. 16-year veteran. And just a much different human being overall. So a complete swing overhaul to like 4 years into your professional career, if we want to go from when you're drafted and seeing results by year's end for now a sustained period of time. It intrigues me. What's Stanton at? Like 470?
456.
Oh, he really needed to be at 470. Does he have 44 left?
It doesn't feel like it right now.
No, he might not.
Here's what's gonna make me mad though. I didn't plan to say this, but I feel like Kyle Schwarber gets a lot of Hall of Fame love, or at least the people who believe he should be in the Hall of Fame or preemptively getting in front of that are very vocal when he goes on his homer binges. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic on where Stanton falls in the support spectrum, but if Kyle Schwarber makes the Hall of Fame and Giancarlo Stanton does not, I'm going to go fucking crazy. Like, I'm going to go crazy. There is nothing that Kyle Schwarber did better than Giancarlo Stanton at his peak, or just basically on the whole. It is possible that Schwarber will end up with more homers or more RBI or some combination of the two than Stanton, because Stanton does feel like he's kind of careening to a halt here. There's virtually no chance that Schwarber is going to be better on a rate perspective than Giancarlo Stanton. And there is no way that you can convince me that peak Kyle Schwarber is anything like the player that peak Giancarlo Stanton was. And I don't need the MVP hardware to know that. I just if Schwarber is getting in, Giancarlo is an absolute surefire lock to get into the Hall of Fame. And if he's not, I need someone to walk me through how that works exactly. Because Schwarber's one World Series championship cannot possibly carry enough weight to overcome what is a meaningful qualitative difference between the two of them in their careers. I love Giancarlo Stanton. He was one of my favorite players at his peak. He's as cool of a player to watch as any player other than Ohtani in my lifetime. I think with the force that he hit the ball, still basically unprecedented. I've told this before, but I just remember being at the All-Star game in 17 and at the Derby, and you judge, that was the Judge and Stanton Derby, and or at least one of them that they participated in together. I think it might have been the only one. And you could hear the difference off the bat between the two of them, and they displayed the difference on the scoreboard in case you couldn't hear it. And like, I think of the 6 hardest hit balls of the day, 5 of them belong to Giancarlo Stanton. But that's besides the point. That has nothing to do with his relative Hall of Fame case. But to me, distinct difference between those two players.
I would say twice as much WAR for Stanton. About 175, 80. It's exactly 80-ish more home runs, 300 more RBI, only 3 more stolen bases. So Schwarber might get him there.
Yeah, and Schwarber may get him in the homers too. Like, Schwarber still feels like he's got some length here, and I know people are kind of giving him 500 homers. He still needs 125 to get there. But even if he gets 500 and has 50 more homers than Stanton, I understand wins above replacement is not the end all, but
no.
There's going to be a portion of people who are having the conversation who are only going to remember Giancarlo Stanton as something of an immobile slugger, right? And that's not who he was in his prime. In what the portion of his career that matters for this conversation, he was extremely athletic. He was an asset defensively, and he was a better offensive player, putting that stuff aside, than Schwarber. So it may feel like there's no difference between the two of them defensively. There was and is a massive difference between being able to put Giancarlo Stanton in a corner outfield spot and feel pretty good about what you're getting in the prime of his career versus sticking Kyle Schwarber out there or being required to play Kyle Schwarber at DH. We've seen how complicating that is for Stanton at the back end of his career. That's Schwarber's entire career in terms of how he impacts your ability to field the rest of the lineup.
Both just postseason monsters too.
Right.
Stanton 926 career OPS in the playoffs. Schwarber 907. I didn't expect him to be that close.
Yeah, so somebody's asking about. I don't really know what to make of Stanton's Yankees tenure. I think it's a complicated. Like, I don't think not all of these things have to be good or bad or yes or no. Like, I think Stanton's Yankees tenure is legitimately complicated. Because there have been some incredible highs, and particularly when it felt like he was down and out, and to rise up again in last season, and at different points in the postseason. That stuff matters. I think if you're talking about raw production during primarily the regular season over the life of his Yankees tenure, I think you could call it mildly disappointing or a version of slightly disappointing. But I don't know if that describes the entirety of his tenure when how important he was to postseason success. Granted, it has not resulted in a title, which is, as the person said, important. But, his Hall of Fame case is built primarily on his Marlins work. And I know that nobody gives a fuck about the Marlins, but, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of great work. And I'm not going to throw all of my, my non-existent credibility behind a Stanton Hall of Fame case. I remember getting super up in arms about the Tim Raines case when I first started doing this kind of stuff professionally. And I don't think it's not that, but I do think if we're going to lower the bar to include Kyle Schwarber, then Stanton clears that considerably.
Yeah, he had one season with the Yankees with 100 RBI. If you had told me that going into the 2018 season.
And it was year one, right?
Yep. And it was exactly 100.
Yeah.
21, he had 97, which is super not 100. But if you had told me that when he was acquired, I would not have believed you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just, he's put up 35 wins above replacement with the Marlins, and he put up 11 with the Yankees. Like, it's okay to call that something of a disappointment.
Sure.
Because that's not building on the case the way that I think you would have hoped from age 29 on. But
He's never led the league in anything in the American League. I find that so shocking. Really only got MVP votes in 2 seasons. He came in second and first.
He's useful in another sense too, where it's like, I vividly remember that 2017 season.
Sure.
We're all of the age where we would remember that, but and just feeling like he was just so untouchable and so fucking good, and the full realization of Giancarlo Stanton and all that shit. And you realize, like, by any stat other than the homers, basically, like it doesn't even touch what Aaron Judge has done recently. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not the point. Ultimately, you can have great seasons that aren't the greatest seasons, but it really is stunning how much separation Judge has achieved from just even the other great offensive players of his era. And that's part of why I find Jordan's season so compelling this year, because by, the adjusted stuff, it's closer to Judge than pretty much anybody else has been able to achieve offensively. He's at a 197 OPS plus right now, which is down a tick. He was at 200 like a week and a half ago when I wrote about it. But the Triple Crown pursuit, I think the pursuit of a 200 OPS plus is kind of just as compelling historically as a dork. The numbers that he's putting up as a DH from a wins above replacement perspective and potentially leading the league. Like, the Jordan season is going to be like definitively better offensively from an adjusted era perspective, or from a era adjusted perspective, than Stanton's best. Doesn't feel wrong, but it does feel jarring the degree to which that's true. At least to me, it does.
Dodgers just took the lead. Oh, the Brewers are getting waxed.
While you were saying all that, I was looking at Jordan's numbers. I don't think I realized he went 188, 170, 170 OPS for 3 straight years.
Brew Crew's got a position player pitching at the moment. Is that Gary Sanchez?
L. Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like how Blake Snell just fucking arrives and just fucking flops dick. 6 innings, 10 Ks. Just like, oh yeah, this guy.
Oh. Yeah. Gary's pumping 83 in there. That's got to be so sad where it's like the A's, all they can talk about is like, oh, this guy has a home hitting streak of 17 games. Down 10 here in the 9th, but Zach Gelof's home hitting streak, baby. How many steps do you think Kyle Snyder has taken as the Rays pitching coach in his career? Did I see Chappie's done for the year too?
Is that official? I saw that he was considering undergoing, or that was likely where things were headed. Yeah. All right. Yep. That was yesterday.
Here come the A's, man.
Still learning all the noises for this house. I thought I started door close and open. That was horrifying.
What was it?
AC turning on, maybe.
Mm.
Every child is where they're supposed to be, so that's all I care about.
Yeah,
now.
that's what we want.
I'm hearing unconfirmed noises.
Correct.
Best we can do is guess right now.
Did the main trip get better, Jay?
I mean, yes and no.
Okay.
You know, my brother went home, so that was a huge, and his, son and wife went home, so that was a huge bummer. Derailed some things we had going on. I mean, we were able to salvage, like, the final 3 days we were there. There was some great beach weather and stuff like that, and went to Portland and things along of that nature. But yeah, the tone was changed for sure.
Sure. Sure.
But yeah, good stuff. Kids were unimpacted, I think, by the most part, except for the youngest. The older kids had a great time. But yeah, thanks for asking. Good trip, but yeah, some things.
It's always something.
Yeah, it is. That's you kind of got to just accept that when that many kids are going to be in the same place, that inevitably every year somebody is going to have something. So, hopefully we can get everybody on the same page with that sort of mindset.
Coley, have you considered that there's a chance that you're going to wake up one morning and go outside to get the newspaper and there's going to be an alligator in your front yard?
It's all I've really thought about since making this decision. Yeah.
Like, have you talked to the locals about what kind of wildlife are in the area?
So like directly behind my house is a conservation to keep, like, I'm pretty sure it's like every little community has to like keep X amount of wildlife as is in order to build. And day one, I get in here, I go to take the dogs for a walk. I turn the corner, and there was one of the largest turtles I've ever seen. So large and unassuming, I assumed it was a statue until we got close and Kemba went to sniff it, and it tucked its head into its shell, as turtles are one to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I said, that's awesome. And then I found out that turtle is like the backbone of this state. And without
that turtle specifically, or like the type of turtle?
Both. That he was definitely a good guy. I could tell from our interaction, but his type of turtle is apparently a protected species called a burrow turtle, which I guess just like digs these 40-foot tunnels and houses like every other type of animal in Florida. Like they all live down there with him. So if they were to go extinct, the entire ecosystem just goes to fucking shit immediately.
So the animals that he has down there, they're his pals.
One would assume, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One would have to make that assumption.
Yeah. Okay. So they burrow underground tunnels dug by land-dwelling species, most notably the gopher tortoise, to escape extreme temperatures.
Gopher tortoise, yes.
Yeah, and predators. These burrows average 15 feet long and 6.5 feet deep. They can stretch up to 40 feet. They act as vital keystone ecosystems, supporting over 300 other species.
Yeah. So without them, the rest of the species get completely fucked.
From the heat, not from predators?
I think everything.
Does this gopher tortoise have a name? He must.
We didn't exchange contact information.
But I mean, the community must know his name.
Yeah, probably. Well, I think there's multiple of them here. So I saw him. He was a good guy. The amount of lizards I see per day has just skyrocketed. Absolutely skyrocketed. It went from like 0 to at least 25. So that's been sick. I heard we get bobcats from time to time, so I looked them up. I could take a bobcat. I'm not worried about the bobcat. What else? Oh, coyote. They said we get coyotes. I need to see them. The coyotes we had in Maine were fucking huge. I wouldn't want to tussle with them. I don't know what they look like down here.
Mhm. I'm seeing here that the oldest known living gopher tortoise, his name is Gus.
Okay.
Do you want to take a guess how old he is?
74.
103.
Wow.
Yep. He's been living in captivity in Nova Scotia and Halifax for 75 years. He was born around 1920.
That's crazy. So he saw a lot. He did nothing to stop everything that was happening in the 30s and 40s.
Right. He could be a racist, given how old.
Big time.
Yeah.
Likely is.
Yeah. Yeah. He likely has an intolerance.
The Florida coyotes do not look nearly as large as the Maine coyotes.
So the gopher tortoise is thought to exhibit social behavior, which checks out with your encounter.
Mm-hmm.
They chill with prairie dogs.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I was excited about him. Gators, they said, like, if they're ever seen, they say they just like take them out pretty immediately. So I don't know how frequently I'm going to see them. I hope never, because Kane's going to walk right up to him.
Gus had a beer with Reagan.
I see the Arkansas high school football player that practiced like an hour with a cotton mouth in his helmet. I did not see that. I wouldn't like that. Yeah, snakes. I don't like snakes. I wouldn't care for a snake.
Yeah, did the turtle listen to the 10?
Like I said, it was a first meeting. I didn't want to just like bombard him with too many questions.
Mm-hmm. What did you ask him then?
Just like, how's it hanging?
Mm-hmm.
Keep it, small talk.
Mm-hmm. Was he a registered voter in Florida?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Republican?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I could see that.
Yeah, Gus saw every last dinger Hank Aaron slugged.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he's a Florida guy, who do you think his favorite baseball player is? Like, obviously, he didn't. Like, is it Boggs? Maybe.
No, he's probably an Ugath or Bina guy.
Yeah. I could see him being like a Fred McGriff guy.
You think he's a Rays guy, not a Finns guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still waiting to see the first chip.
Twice hanging around.
Yeah. Like everyone was like, "Oh, you gonna become a Marlins fan because they won in '97?" And he was like, "Buddy, I've been watching baseball for 78 years."
Oh, I plan on doing a lot of spring training. As much spring training as I can do.
I bet you could probably get like a press pass.
Yeah.
I love spring training.
I want to check out some FCL games. Like no one goes to them.
Did he mention anything about music?
No. That's definitely a down the road conversation. I'm definitely not going to miss snow. I am interested to see how I miss fall, just because I'm very used to the changing of the seasons, and that's just not going to happen here. So I'm going to be confused. I know that.
Yeah, you're gonna have a fucked up Christmas now.
Definitely. It will not feel the same.
No. Halloween will be cool.
Again, Halloween's to me is such a New England holiday.
Yeah, but like you won't have to worry about, oh, it's too cold or it's shitty outside to go trick or treating.
I mean, that's like the tail end of hurricane season here, so it could definitely still be shitty
That's
in a
true,
different way.
Yeah, you worried about the canes?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to be like a boarded up guy.
Yeah, so right now that's how this house is set up. I'm calling to get new windows put in ASAP.
I feel like Halloween, you got to have that crispness in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how I was raised, at least. You know?
My wife was like, she lived in North Carolina for a bit. She was like, oh yeah, they used to have pumpkin patches like set up in like parking lots, and I was like,
yeah.
a fuck out of my face with that. That's not.
This takes me to the idea, like people getting their Christmas trees from park. Like I get it, do whatever you got to do. I'm not really judging, but I don't get it. If you're gonna go out and get the tree, go get the tree.
Well,
Royals just tied it.
so growing up in Boston, like I could only get it from a parking lot.
Yes, that's a good.
You know what I mean?
I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
Like I got mine from McGolf in Dedham.
All right. Then I'm not gonna. Then city folk are exempt from this.
Sure.
People who are in the suburbs and still buying it from the gas station, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, that I agree with.
How close are you to the AO?
Oh, super close.
Like how many miles?
3.
Oh yeah. Tsunamis. Yeah. I could see you becoming a Disney guy for sure though.
Yeah.
How far are you from Disney?
Like hour and a half.
Yeah, that's doable. That's a day
Super
trip.
doable.
You don't even have to stay over for that.
People keep saying that. I will, because the end of a Disney day, I'm exhausted. I'm not going to want to drive back.
You could drive halfway and save so you're not staying on the premises. The mouse will fuck you bad.
But I'm in state now, so I'm already saving.
The mouse favors Floridians.
Oh yeah. He runs the state.
I didn't know that about him.
When DeSantis tried to like tax Disney like 2 years ago, he quickly found out like he was not in control down here. he quickly found out like, oh, you're the boss. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right.
But yeah, the mouse runs a tight ship.
Oh yeah, the tightest of ships. I think we're going end of September for like the Halloween stuff they do.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. I might fucking do that.
Yeah. Mariah was like, should we go in October? I was like, we're busy October. We got a World Series to win.
Yeah.
I was like, Christian Campbell's coming back. Like, let's all calm down.
How close are your neighbors? Do you have like space separating you, or are they like right up your asshole?
I'm at the end of the block, so I have no one on one side of me. Like my I don't even know where, because I have the conservation behind me. There's like no one behind me or to the side of me. The other side of me, that person is 20 feet.
My neighbors next to me, they're just like a married couple with no kids, and I'll take Ace out, and they're just out there playing bags with each other. Like it's very New Hampshire vibes where I'm at.
I could see that.
Like if I go outside, the neighbors to the side of me are playing bags. My neighbor across the street is always sitting on his porch smoking a dart. I was like, this is New Hampshire living.
Yeah.
And you just tell them all, I'm not fucking interested.
Yeah, no thanks. No thank you. Just a polite no thanks.
I didn't stop at Buc-ee's. I passed a few. One of them, the line was like well onto the highway, so I certainly wasn't stopping at that one. But I also told the wife we would go. Neither of us have been, so I wasn't going to go without her for the first time.
What's Buc-ee's?
It is a beaver run gas station that is like the size of a Costco.
Okay. So it's like a Sam's Club with gas. Yeah, Sam's Club has gas, right?
They do, yeah. It's. I was really only using Costco for the size. It's. I haven't been, so I'm not like an authority to speak on Buc-ee's, but they have like 200 pumps per gas station. Like they're absurd. Yeah, they sell everything inside.
So the
But not
Royals,
like
the Royals
like
just took the lead on a sac fly from second base.
Yeah.
Giants
made the catch and then dropped the ball in the transfer.
win.
Yep.
Which means we're down to 1.
Mr. Pena, the final out. Publix is going to hate to see the McMahon coming.
Publix is cool. Publix is fine.
Publix is cool. Publix is fine. We got one ball game left. Coley, are you going to be around for the nicknames draft tomorrow?
Is that what I was doing? All I saw was draft tomorrow or no. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah, I think what happened here?
It was
Yeah,
discussed.
I started it in the BID thing, and then I moved it over there, and then nobody fucking continued the conversation over there.
Oh, so the draft we were supposed to have last week. Okay.
Yeah. It's can you go at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
either remotely or on video?
I should be able to. Yeah.
All right. So it sounds like we're going to do the draft at 11.
Okay.
You saw that, Jared?
Yeah, I'm always down.
Draft at 11.
Feud at noon.
Feud at noon, and then whatever portion of the pod after that with I mean, certainly me, but whatever portion of Dallas we have, and then the rest of us.
Yeah, 11 should be fine. Supposed to get my license in the morning.
You have to change it right away?
I want to. It's just easier. And I drove down here on expired tags, allegedly. So I just need those updated anyways on my car. And my main license expires in September.
It's about time anyway, then.
Yeah.
I want to change my plates
To custom ones.
Mm-hmm. Big nut.
That'd work.
Big nut. Wow.
Yeah, I got to change my address on my license.
That's annoying.
No doubt.
You used to be able to just write it on the back if you got a new one.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no basement. Negative basement.
We have 9 outs of baseball left, folks, as of right now.
I'll die in Massachusetts. I'm never leaving. Something Terry Bollea related? No. God, no.
I've not seen the new Spider-Man.
One of
last night.
One of Jared's greatest Americans should be noted.
Hulk Hogan.
Terry Bow. DB.
Bo. I saw Spider-Man last night. That's my first. What's Buddy's name? Tom Holland.
Yeah.
That's my first Tom Holland Spider-Man that I saw.
The fourth one.
Yeah. Yeah. The last Spider-Man I saw was probably the second one with Tobey Maguire in it.
Okay. So like 03.
Yeah, because I think the original was 02.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fine one to see if they reset everything after the third one. So,
I mean, I followed perfectly fine. I wasn't lost for any of that. The only part that I didn't understand was
there he is.
Why does
Spider-Man?
Well, I was just like, why does MJ not remember him, and why does she not have red hair? That was about the only thing that confused me.
Okay.
I was like, this is not what MJ looks like. MJ is like supposed to be nerdy and have red
It
hair.
is.
And I didn't get that. But I watched it. I was literally like, I was in the movie theater with my AirPods in, listening to the game. So when that debacle happened, I was like jamming my fucking AirPod into my ear so I could hear what the fuck was going on. The people next to me probably thought I was insane.
Sure.
But yeah, it was a 7:30 showing, so the entire movie I was listening to the Red Sox.
Did you guys ever watch the Incredible Hulk or the Incredible Hulk Returns, like from the 80s?
No.
No.
Oh man, that was like one of those random movies that I saw like early on as a kid, and like early exposure to Hulk, and then they came out with a new batch of movies. I was like, nah, man, they already did it. It's go back and watch those movies. It's just like appallingly bad.
They really haven't done good Hulk movie ever.
I remember being really invested in it though. Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno. Yeah, it was great.
I thought it was cool that Buddy from The Walking Dead was the Punisher because he was the Punisher in the TV show. I watched the Punisher TV show.
Yeah.
So when he popped up in this one, I was like, oh shit, it's the Punisher. So I knew that. I followed along. I knew that. But I used to collect the Spider-Man comics back in the day. I bet it's worth a lot now. But I had like the Spider-Man like 9/11 comic. I used to keep them in plastic wrapping and shit.
Sure.
Yeah, those are the days. Jerry Webb's, they're calling him.
You consider yourself a Batman guy, though.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Batman guy, but so like on Christmas, like obviously I don't hang all my ornaments at my parents' house anymore, but I have a Batman one and I have a Spider-Man one that my mom leaves aside and I hang those. I would say I'm both. But I mean, I have Batman Crocs. I don't have Spider-Man Crocs, so
Right. I like up until very recently, I thought it was a pretty close debate. I don't know that I can call it that anymore.
I have moved out of state. I lived in New York for 3 years. I did a 3-year bid. We're thinking about going at the end of the month. That'll be the first time that I've been back since I left. I haven't been to New York since I moved.
To the Bronx?
The very same. Jerry, name one actor who played Batman. Come on, man. That's probably like the one thing that I don't get associated with is Batman, but thoughts on the 2026 Born Braves. We almost had it tonight. Shout out to the Harwich Mariners. They took it down. Didn't you go to MetLife for a concert? Yeah, that's Jersey, though.
It sure is.
I mean, I guess in theory, I drove through New York. Like I drove past kind of where I lived.
I mean, as someone who just did that drive, you're very barely in New York.
Yeah. There's too much drama at the Barstool office. I mean, there was always drama there, but
It's what they do.
it's hard to follow now. It's basically like it's like SNL, and I don't know the cast right now. The Dodgers are going to win this game.
It's typically what they do.
Didn't Ben Affleck play Batman one time?
I believe twice.
But he was also Daredevil, right?
Way back in the day, yeah. All right, wait till you hear what Robert Downey Jr.'s got going on, if you think that's crazy.
Iron Man?
Now he's playing Doctor Doom.
I feel like that's like a no. That's like a no-no. Like you're not supposed to be able to play multiple comic characters.
I feel like it's like absolutely a thing that if any genre was going to allow that, like it could absolutely
it shouldn't be allowed. It's like if you're in the Marvel or DC universe, like you can't. Like, how are you going to be?
I mean, wasn't Chris Evans in Fantastic Four?
I don't know.
Yep. Sure was.
Yeah, I don't like that.
So here's the Human Torch, and then way more famously, Captain America.
Oh yeah, I know all about that. JA was in here earlier saying that I should write another book, and I was like, I can't because no one would believe it. Let's just say there would be something about Captain America in there.
Local kid.
Is he? He's a Boston guy?
Thought he was a Newton guy.
That checks out.
His Wikipedia says Boston. I already know that's not correct. Sudbury.
What a world.
Lincoln Sudbury's finest.
Where's Krasinski from?
He might be the one I'm thinking of from Newton. Yep.
He's a Newton guy?
Yeah.
Boston has the worst, like, celebrity sports fan roster. It's like, oh, the Celtics are in the finals. Let's kick it over to Dane Cook.
We sat behind him at a Sox game.
Yeah, he was in Sam Kennedy's seats.
Yeah.
No one came up to him.
No, I mean, he's also front row. Like, who was supposed to come up to him?
I mean, when I sat over in those seats, after the final out, there'd be a fucking line would form at the top of the stairs.
That's true. But he's also, like, unrecognizable now in person.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, you had to be like, that's Dane Cook. And I had to, like, squint and be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Jerry doesn't fuck with Lil Wayne. Yeah, I do. We have a few things in common.
What's what's wrong with Krasinski?
Nothing. I don't like, maybe it's just because of LA. Like the LA guys, like the famous LA guys stay in LA, whereas like the famous Boston guys go to LA. Like we don't have famous Boston guys that are still Boston guys. That's what chaps my ass.
I mean, what would you like them to do in Boston?
Live here.
Just not work?
Boston's big for the filming scene.
I think like Turkey's big for the film scene now.
But like a lot of movies are filmed in Boston. You could live here. Why wouldn't you?
I would imagine like the weather, the opportunities, all that factors in. Like,
We
where's
have
Dan
so many
Pearl?
opportunities. Yeah, but Dan Pearl's a megastar.
That's what I mean.
Like we have famous people that aren't like megastars.
He could shift the paradigm.
If Dan came back,
Yeah.
you think we get The Rock back?
One of his many hometowns, yeah.
I mean, his wife is from Linfield. She wants to come home, probably. She was right next door to the Kowloon. Now where is she? Hawaii? That sucks. There's no Kowloon in Hawaii. They have Hawaii at Kowloon.
Yeah, it is what Hawaii is severely lacking is a Kowloon.
No old fashions though.
But if you go to Kowloon, they've got Hawaii. If Dan's back, no chance Dwayne doesn't fall. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, one of the Cy Young front runners was born on top of Plymouth Rock. They did not have time to get to the hospital. They said, have him right here. I know Jennifer Coolidge was from Boston.
We could talk or not talk for hours and still find things to not talk about.
Mm. Amy Poehler. Yeah, she lived in New York. Conan's in LA. Bill Simmons is in LA. Affleck's in LA. Damon's in LA. Menuno's probably LA. The
You'd have to
Wahlberg.
assume.
Eliza Dushku's from Boston. She don't live here.
Is she from Salem?
Dushku, I think. What is she, like Medford or some shit? Or am I
Maybe.
thinking Menuno's? Dushku.
Yeah, what about Joe McConnell though?
Watertown.
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints. What's going on here?
I can't imagine wanting to stay in Watertown, so that's fine. But you could move to Medford.
Sure. Fernando Mendoza.
You can't live anywhere other than LA or New York if you want to be an A-lister. Them's the facts.
There are so many A-listers in Atlanta. It's not even funny.
Is there a correlation between Nuttown and Just the Nuts? No. Nuttown was all the Red Sox prospects I said I was going to nut when they got here because they were so good, and they're all yet to fulfill the prophecy. And Just the Nuts was because Tyler Milliken was wearing shorts, and he said all of his shit was hanging out of his shorts. And then we were like, dick and balls. And he said, no, Just the Nuts, actually. And that's where it came from.
Like the day before we did our first one.
Yeah. So, like, for a show that he doesn't do, it's named after his ball sack. Just the Nuts. Let's see. Famous people that still live in Boston. It's gonna be like me and Tommy Garino.
Neither of you live in Boston
I did.
for like a week.
No. Steve and Tyler. There's no way. Steve Carell. Didn't Steve Carell have a Steve Carell has a Cape House?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Dan Aykroyd? No. Jay Leno? No.
Jay Leno for sure does not live in Boston.
Elizabeth Warren? That doesn't count. She has to live here. Spike Lee is on this list. No.
I feel like it's probably accurate.
It says he owns a house in Oak Bluffs. What the fuck is that?
That's Martha's Vineyard, isn't it?
I don't know. James Taylor, I guess. I believe that. Joe Perry. It's like all of Aerosmith lives here. All right. All right. We got Aerosmith. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Aerosmith lives here. Aerosmith and Elizabeth Warren.
Well, I think that's a big reason why like the athletes become the celebrities here.
Because there's nobody else.
Those are the celebrities in Boston. I say here, like I'm not 1,500 miles away.
Aerosmith. Good night, RDT. Yeah, Roman Anthony lives in Florida too. Yeah. We have a celebrity problem. Like you
Do I
live
know
in
that
New York. You did you ever run into any celebrities in the wild when you lived in New York?
Um,
I ran into two, and one of them I didn't know it was a celebrity, I guess.
okay. When I walked out of the office, the first office in New York, once I walked past that matcha place because that's how I got to the train.
That was Shaq.
That was Shaq, yeah.
Mhm.
So I saw Shaq. That was exhilarating to see him like nowhere near a basketball court. You know what I mean? That was exciting.
Yeah.
I would see like comedians who mean nothing to you all the time, like they just kind of would blend in. Like they could walk pretty freely, but I would see them and make eye contact, and I was just like give them a nod.
Yeah. Obviously, The Office doesn't count.
That's what I mean. Like I talked to 50 Cent outside of the office. He wasn't there for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not want me talking to him. So that was fun. That was fun.
I thought Ed Sheeran was the guy from Harry Potter.
I'm positive he gets that all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I gotta get a picture with the Harry Potter guy. It was Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, it's the guy you don't have to question if it's him or not. Big fact.
I walked past on the street. Apparently it was Lil Uzi Vert.
Oh yeah. I saw him that day too.
Yep. And then
he had like 9 cars with him.
He was just walking down the street when I saw him.
Oh, must have been a different day then.
Wasn't Mr. Vert on Tyler's list?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
probably. I like Lil Uzi Vert, so that doesn't surprise me.
I had no idea who he was.
I'm shocked you even saw him. He's tiny.
I was with people who recognized him, like maybe like Frankie. I was with like Frankie and Robbie or something, or like, oh no, I was with YP. YP. Yeah,
I was gonna say neither of those people would recognize him.
Yeah, YP recognized him.
Yeah, YP would recognize him.
And then I walked past Paris Hilton one time. Imagine going up to Ed Sheeran being like, Harry Potter.
Ed Sheeran's pretty funny. I think he would roll with that.
Maybe. I couldn't have been the first.
No. I'm trying to think if I saw anyone else.
Jay, hey, were you there the day that A-Rod came in the office?
No.
That was weird.
Gronk was there too.
I mean, if you live in Boston, you've hung out with Gronk. Never mind, just like walked.
No, but it was more both of them because they went outside and played catch across the 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue. And there's a picture of me, Gronk, A-Rod, and Big Cat walking together.
The big four.
Yeah, it's such a funny picture. I should actually get it framed because it's a preposterous picture. It's not like I'm in the background. It's like us four walking together. And
Like
I'm wearing
Beatles.
a Marcus Smart shirt that I designed.
The first time I met Gronk, it was in 2016 at the baseball tavern, and we were there obviously until last call, and it was like maybe 5 minutes before they were going to kick people out, and then Gronk and his buddies came through the kitchen, which is like that was like the Jerry exit. I would Irish goodbye, go through the kitchen and down the fire escape out the back, and then go around the building and get an Uber. He came in through the back. And I was like, Tyler Sagan was there too. And he was like, I was like, what are you doing here? Like, yeah. I mean, I think it was the opposite. I think it was the winter.
Sure, but he had been traded by 16.
Yeah, but he was there.
Shout him out.
And I was like, last call is like already happened. Like they're about to boot people. And they kicked everyone out. They let us stay. He got chicken fingers, French fries, and mozzarella sticks catered in like those giant aluminum like rectangles. And there was like a detail cop that was like there for security. And then we went to the second floor and just all of us, there was maybe 15 of us, hung out and ate chicken fingers until like 4 o'clock in the morning. Good times.
It's a pretty good day.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I brought Mike Vick to the office and people were pissed.
I do recall, yeah. Yeah, that might have been like my first week there. That was like summer of 17.
No, that was in the second office.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I remember Mike Vick and HQ2?
You don't. I don't know what to tell you.
Classic Gronk late night snack. Yeah, it was great. I was like, I don't know who the fuck was catering at 2 o'clock in the morning, but we got it.
Oh yeah. I had interviewed, it was the day before my birthday. I had interviewed Chris Bosch, and then I left, and that's when A-Rod and Gronk were there.
It was probably Ed Sheeran. There it is. Yep, the big four right there. Yep. That's them if I've ever seen them. You Google the big four and that's what it's going to pull up.
Aw, hello.
Look at how many tennis balls that dog has in its mouth.
Good God.
It's a good guy.
I didn't even realize we were in extras.
Oh yeah.
Bob Fox and Trent. It was dressed like Trent Day.
No, he was well, not for everyone. I think Bob Fox just accidentally dressed like Trent.
I mean, that's not an accident.
Saying Bob did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lived together, so he would have left the house knowing that he was wearing the same thing as Trent.
That's true.
Those were some of my best New York memories. Would be the couch crew, me, Trent, Robbie Fox. We would just sit on the couch, order Taco Bell and insomnia cookies, and watch Bob Ross, and just not say anything. We would just sit there and watch Bob Ross in silence and eat our Taco Bell and cookies. Those were the good days. I wish I knew I was the good days.
Never got an invite.
Yeah, you weren't part of the couch crew. It was only 3 of us. Yep. The whole Milk Gang. Christopher Allen Sale.
Yeah. Me and him are best pals.
Moments before disaster, as they say.
Oh, after.
Moments after disaster.
He took that picture after. Yeah.
He had a gun in your ribs.
All right, Dodgers, let's do it here.
Yeah.
They got to be thinking about it.
Yeah, we got a podcast recording in like 10 hours.
Yeah, that is a valid point. Let me scroll back in my phone to the good old days.
Good.
Downtown Boston. It's a beautiful day for baseball. A beautiful day for a comeback. Boston life.
Caleb Presley.
Is he talking ball?
Talking some stocks, yeah. It's the cake that my mom made me for $50K.
Wow.
And it's when I also got a blue check.
When they were earned.
Yeah.
Still trying to earn one.
I think you can just buy them now.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not an option anymore.
damn. No. That man was safe.
You ever seen this picture, Jerry?
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Everyone thought he was dead.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure did.
Good night, JMH. Here we go, Dodgers. That ball should have gotten away, and this game should be over.
Nothing can raise Jared Carrabis or reaction.
Oh, I didn't see the report that Harper's been battling knee soreness since the shift to right field. Cue up the fucking clip, man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Come on, Muncie.
I didn't realize this, but I started doing the Enzo and Cass entrance intro on episode 36. I thought it was way later.
That is pretty early.
Yeah, I thought it was like a somewhere down the line thing. All right. Dodgers walk it off. Max Muncy drives in Shohei. Doyers win. Wow. All right, everybody. Thank you guys for watching all night. A lot of ball. Sox lose. Yankees win. Dodgers win. A's get their shit pumped. But we appreciate you guys. We'll be back tomorrow for the Family Feud episode of the week. We got the pod coming out. We got the bonus draft on Patreon, patreon.com/baseballisdead. It is the baseball player nickname draft. Very excited for that. So tune in. Thank you guys very much. And on behalf of Justin Havens and the McMahon, Floridian Coley, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.